Greetings and welcome to my little corner of YouTube. My name is Lindsey Pogue and I am the author of the Forgotten Land series, and you are about to listen to Borne of Sand and Scorn, which is a prequel installment to this 4-book series. So this is the story of Clayton and Jo's ancestors 300 years before Dust and Shadow takes place. It is a shorter story. I have uploaded it in one full audiobook for you, and it just gives you a really good glimpse at what was going on in the world when Sagebrush first came to be. So, without further ado, be sure that you listen to Dust and Shadow after this or before this. It doesn't matter. But that way you can kind of see how it all began. All right, so links to that are in the description below. Comment below with any questions. I hope that you like and subscribe so that you are alerted of my future audiobooks that go up. And happy listening.
Borne of Sand and Scorn, A Forgotten Lands Prequel, by Lindsey Pogue. Narrated by Aven and Andrew Gibson. 1. Lizzy. A faint throat clearing, a hushed retort. Cool glass against my cheek. The train car jostles, dreams invade, and the sounds and smells of the past consume me. Laughter bounds around the velvet-lined room. Everything is decorated in rich reds and bronze woods and punctuated by the sound of dinging buoys floating in the harbor outside. The pungent scent of Parisian tobacco and African violets fills my nose, and I lean back in a liquid haze. When was the last time I felt so free? Days? Weeks? Months? Time escapes me as my thoughts drift, and any nagging sense of unease floats away with it. I'm not sure whose settee I'm lounging on, but it's plush and luxurious against my back, and I worry I might fall asleep in the familiar chatter that feels like home. Wake up, a distant voice begs me. Something dark looms closer in the periphery of my mind, and I blink myself back into the parlor. I'm at a party, I remember. I shouldn't be here. Why shouldn't I be here? I can barely recall. I glance at the mantel clock, and my mouth dries as my mind races to understand why 7 minutes after 4 in the afternoon feels so impending and important. It's inconceivable. Henry laughs beside me, giving me a start. His blue eyes are dim and shadowed. Even his crooked smile looks drawn and wasted compared to memories from our childhood. My brother is fading, and that reminder rouses my dulling senses. Wake up, the voice says again. More laughter fills the room, and I peer around at my faceless friends suddenly surrounding me. They are lost in their amusement. Their jewels glitter in the low light of the chandelier. All of them are oblivious. All of them are indulgent without a care in the world. And all of them are doomed. As I struggle to swallow the encroaching fear, wrestling with my thoughts, the visage of the room blurs, though my brother's features are painfully clear, red-rimmed and ashen all at once. Even in the haze of my mind, the rustling satins, taffetas, and lace grow too loud as the people who fill the room sip from their crystal flutes. The contents of their glasses splash over the brim as they throw their heads back, cackle, and laugh. Once again, my gaze locks on the mantel clock, the minutes passing painstakingly slow. But to what end, I still can't recall. It's almost time, the voice tells me. Time for what? I rasp, shiftily glancing around the room of vibrant colors and plush velvets. It's easy to forget the world outside these walls is grim and covered in soot. But I need little reminding. I know what looms beyond the shuttered windows that haven't been opened for nearly 50 years. Black smoke billowing from the silos on the peninsula, smothering the entire city in a suffocating thickness. It's always waiting for us, all of us, to step outside again. Unable to sit still in an intoxicated daze a moment longer, I try to stand, but I can't seem to manage it and stumble back into the settee, the world spinning a little. You all right? Henry asks, leaning closer. His features blur before sharpening again. His eyes look almost crimson, and his lips and skin are cast in a bluish gray that makes my heart sink as the fragments of my memory begin to reshape. A cool draft wafts through the room, sending chills undulating down the back of my neck. "We should go," I say in a rush. "We need to get you home." "Nonsense," Henry chuckles. "We must seize the day." He raises his glass. "However many we have left," he mutters. Henry tosses back the last of his claret, then reaches for the decanter on the table beside him and refills his glass. "Henry," I plead, "who needs the sun when you have sherry?" a woman says with a simper somewhere behind me. "We must go," I tell my brother. My skin is feverish with a cold sweat. "Henry!" "Go where, Lizzy? There's no bloody place to go." But when I look at the clock again, my heart rate spikes threefold. 7 minutes after 4. White-hot fear drips down my spine as I eye my brother, transfixed by his dubious laugh and sunken face. The moment he opens his mouth to chide me again, I see the blood staining his teeth. He chokes out a laugh, and then his face falls. Henry's eyes grow wide, and he grips his throat. "Henry!" I cry as I run to his side, but he's flailing, and I stagger back. This is it. This is what I feared. This is what's been looming. His body convulses as a dry, strangled gag gurgles from inside him. His eyes bulge, his neck strains. I watch in horror as everything around us fades and my brother's face reddens, his lips turning blue as his eyes grow so round I fear they will pop out of his head. He stumbles over his own feet and grips onto a bookcase to stay upright. But in a gasping breath, he falls to the floor, his slicked back hair rumpled and hanging in his face as he chokes. "Henry!" I scream again, but my voice is only an echo as he clutches at his chest, hits at his lungs, and rolls onto his front, a dark mucus dripping from his mouth and onto the rug beneath him. "My mother is going to be so mad," a girl cries behind me. "Her rug is ruined." "Shut up and help him!" I shout. "Help him!" I reach for my brother again, gripping his hand as he lies contorted and gasping for breath. "Please!" I screech. "Help him!" But I can't look away. Henry's eyes fix on mine, the life draining from his purple face as he gulps at nothing. "Breathe, Henry," I beg, trying to roll him over so I can hit on his chest. "Please breathe." But it's no use. His body is too heavy. The wheezing has stopped. His gasping subsided. The strain is gone from his features. He is gone. Henry's eyes are locked on me to remember for all eternity, and I can only sit beside him, motionless and trembling. My brother is dead. I will my eyes to open, but my limbs and mind are too heavy, and as my brother's drunken laughter reaches my ears again, it pulls me back in. Journal entry. April 2nd, 1884. We fled Baltimore for the new territory, desperate to escape the death that hangs ever-present over the city. It's a funny thing, fleeing. You flee danger for safety. You flee to escape, like we escape the oppressive fog that clings to the cities. But even in the distance we put between us and it, the blackness lingers. I can feel it in my lungs, like feathers that tickle the back of my throat. A cough I cannot clear. It's the smoke that billows from the front of the train as we ride further away, hanging in our wake. There is no escaping what we've done. The steaming beast we ride in, for all of its conveniences, is proof enough of that. The danger follows. It taunts us. We have ruined this world, and there is no escaping it. Lizzy. 2. Lizzy. The train lurches and slows on the tracks, jolting me from the visage of Henry's frozen eyes and purple face that haunt my dreams. It's my reality, black lung. I can't escape it. Not when I look at my mother. Not when I shut my eyes at night. and every time I take a breath, my chest tightens, and I wonder how much longer before it will be my last. I peer down at my hands, trembling as violently as my heart beats. It doesn't matter how many months have passed, or how many times I've dreamt of saving my brother. The end result is always the same. He is dead and gone forever. One of many born in the generation of Greys, only to leave it far too soon. Emotions still raw from my dream, I rest my head against the bench and peer up at the wood-slatted ceiling of the train car. I let the rumble of the train numb my mind as best I can, but I don't dare close my eyes again. Instead, I count to 10 and follow the cracks in the gnarled wood, end to end as I work to control each strenuous breath. Slow and steady, the way my father showed us. The tightness is always there, waiting. Feel the beat of your heart and control each exhale. It's a mantra I've known most of my life. No matter how many of our generation are born with weak constitutions, or how many Greys we've witnessed struggling for breath in their final days, I wasn't prepared to watch Henry die that night. I wasn't ready for the terror in his eyes, the anguish as he asphyxiated in his final breath. It's an image sharper and more heartbreaking to me than any other, than any dead body, young or old, I'd seen fall to black lung in Baltimore. And it will continue to haunt me. Forever. The cramped train car smells musky, and the passengers are quiet, save for a few coughs and whispers somewhere behind me. For the most part, everyone sleeps. And, taking advantage of the silence, I concentrate on the even thump in my chest and the shift of the train beneath me. I strain to hear the shallow rhythm of my mother wheezing as she sleeps behind me, assuring me she still breathes at all. My father snores softly, too, and when I look back, the silver of his mustache shimmers in the pale dawn light, and his mouth is gaping. My mother rests her head against his chest, just like on carriage rides home from dinner parties when I was a child, before we were forced to accept the grim reality of the world. It's never getting better, and now all we can do is flee the toxic city. When my father's finger twitches, I notice the newspaper slipping from beneath his hand and crane my neck to read the headline. Too little too late? President Arthur orders countrywide factory closure. I hold my breath, squinting as I read in the fading shadows. Since returning from London, President Arthur has shuttered the American textile industry, claiming that air quality continues to worsen around the world, specifically in populated cities with concentrated chemical and textile manufacturing. His declaration comes as no surprise after the Variant Climate Council postulated that a reduction in productivity was necessary to stave off worsening weather patterns over the next 10 years. It seems, however, the most brilliant minds in the Western world could not have predicted the accelerated effects of the global industrial boom. The shift. Tap, tap, tap. I turn forward. A small boy stares over his bench seat at me. I'd noticed him when he boarded with his mother yesterday. His skin is pallid from the sunless city, like mine, but his face is streaked with grime. He taps his long, dirty fingernails on the pine wood incessantly. I notice a tattered piece of fishing net clutched in his other hand. Though the boy has a waif-like look about him and is caked in filth, he's only 5 or 6 years old, too young to manage a fishing net on his own. And with only the woman asleep on the bench beside him and a few meager belongings crammed between them, I can figure out the rest. They're running away, too, and minus a person, as we are, it would seem. No doubt the boy has the heaviness of the lungs like I do, but I wonder if he will be saved, fleeing the blackened city at such a young age. Or is it too late, and will he suffer the same fate as the rest of us, regardless of where he goes? Now that the President and Queen have come together, I wonder if they will finally be able to right the wrongs of our ancestors. I gaze out the long window beside me. The morning sun peeks through the dissipating clouds in the pink horizon, and I allow myself to smile. I admire the rays that filter through the clouds, casting the countryside in a soft, pale hue. Since childhood, the clouds above me have been a constant thick black. Yet here, on a stretch of train tracks somewhere outside Virginia, there is an actual sunrise. Warmth spreads over me, not from the heat that penetrates the window pane in the early morning, but from an ease that fills my heart, something that feels a little like hope. My father was right. No matter what uncertainties wait beyond the only world I've ever known, it's better to see the sunrise in a foreign land than remain in the darkness that hovers over Baltimore. Even if the villainous voice in the back of my mind never fails to remind me it's probably far too late. Journal entry. April 8th, 1884. 6 days ago, I saw a possibility of life beyond the blackness. Today, I wonder if rain is not worse than what we left behind. At least we had our home in Baltimore. We had food and water and the comforts of everyday life, even if our health was the sacrifice. Here, in lands unknown to us, we are met with a looming, bleak uncertainty. We barely have more than the clothes on our backs and dwindling hope in our hearts. The speed and protection of the train is irrelevant when the tracks and the barren plains that surround us are flooded as far as the eye can see. We've been stopped for over a day now, sedentary in the stench of 27 passengers, some of them only with us since the last stop, but smelling as if they've walked the expanse of the entire country. All of us stewing in tension so thick and palpable I can almost taste it, like dangerous desperation on my tongue. There is nothing but water and mud in all directions, and we are crammed inside like stinking sardines. Even the conductor has taken to his flask. It does not help that the changing temperatures have been difficult on Mother, and with each coughing fit, I can't help the morose thoughts that loop through my mind. What will we do if she doesn't make it to our new home in the Arizona Territory? And if the torrential rains never cease? If this is the second chance we've been given, a slow, fetid death with a train car full of strangers who stare at my mother as if she's a contagion they wish to eradicate, perhaps it's best to make our peace with it now. No, I have to remind myself that Father will think of something before it comes to that. He refuses to fail when it comes to my mother. Lizzy. 3. Lizzy. Lizzy. My mother's voice is soft as she strokes the side of my cheek. Wake up, darling. I blink my eyes open, surprised I've fallen asleep in the afternoon heat. I close my gaping mouth, lick my lips, and lift my head as I glance around the narrow train car, remembering the other passengers filling the bench seats around me. You are snoring, darling, my mother says, so low no one can hear. But she's not quiet in order to be polite. A whisper has been all she can manage since the train started up again. Rolling my shoulders, I stretch my stiff neck as best I can. I'm not sure how much longer my body can take this. I groan, forgetting momentarily that I'm supposed to act like a lady. Or I was supposed to act like one in another life, at least. Now, sitting among strangers on their own road to rescue and desperate second chances, I'm not certain anyone gives a damn about my manners. Not anymore. But when I glance behind me and meet my mother's gaze, noticing her hands primly folded in her lap despite her laborious breaths, I know that's not entirely true. My mother cares about propriety and acceptable behavior as much as she always has. She's Marian West, a woman of good breeding and reputation, and no amount of toxic fog or days unclean in a train car will change that, even in her ailing state. After 4 weeks of loading on and off one train to the next, and 30 days of incessant worrying about what the weather-ravaged lands will conjure next, I wonder if Sagebrush Canyon, our reverie from the dying city, can really be so close. It was supposed to be a fast trip, the steamer zipping across the country, swift as the wind itself, around the continent in a week flat. But clearly the advertisement hadn't accounted for raging winds, hammering rains, and flooded plains. But finally, on the last leg of our journey, I dare to hope all 3 of us might actually make it to Arizona. 2 more days and you'll have a bed to sleep in, my mother says, her voice thick with exhaustion. But as uncomfortable as I am, sitting on a hard, creaking bench with only the garment bag I brought to cushion my seat and keep me warm, it's not me I worry about. The lifeless tone with which my mother sometimes speaks is what keeps me up at night. It's the rasp in her voice and each wheeze that's a blaring reminder of how ill she's become in the months past, even if she tries, and fails, to hide it from me. "As will you, Mother," I remind her. I look back at her again, taking in her rich, dark hair tied at the nape of her regal neck, and I peer into her shadowed blue eyes. With a tight smile, she dips her chin. I glance at my father, jotting notes in his journal beside her. He's lost in his own world as his hand moves quickly over the pages. His glasses rest on the tip of his nose, his gray mustache is unkempt, and his eyes droop with exhaustion. My mother's health, and mine, rests in his hands, and he's determined not to fail us. I inhale a lungful of air, and my breath catches in the invisible net in my chest. As my mother's condition worsens with the heat and dryness of the new territory, mine feels changed too, but perhaps for the better. The air is more pure, and I can already feel its lightness filling my lungs with less of a flutter. Unlike my father, however, a part of me has accepted the looming future. Even if I can't bear to watch it steal my mother's last breath the way it stole Henry's, I've seen enough to know it's unavoidable. I've watched my friends fall ill and die, their parties and escapades only quickening their demise in a city of sunless skies. I've listened as my father explains to his patients that the last 50 years of poisonous air have merely been a prelude to the lasting effects on the body. My mother and I are no different from everyone else affected by such maladies. Out here, though, where the sun shines and birds fly in the cloudless skies, it's almost too easy to imagine a brighter future, removed from the stink of decaying bodies in the cities. But perhaps that's ignorance, too. Just like thinking our walls would keep us safe inside, that our money could somehow save us, that I could continue perusing pop-up shops in people's homes for exotic wares and attend dances with my friends. It was girlish ignorance, more blinding than the sequins on a Turkish gown. And when I let myself think too long and hard about all of my follies, guilt and regret and disappointment begin to consume me anew. "You're frowning, Lizzy," my father says. "Just nervous," I lie. Instead of meeting his gaze, I peer out the window, past the mud splatters and dust, at the unending desert. It stretches as far as the sandstones and distant mountains allow. "When I was a girl," my mother whispers, and I crane my neck around to hear her better. She fingers the butterfly pendant hanging around her neck. "I heard stories about these lands, uncharted and wild." She says it almost whimsically. "They still seem to be," I muse. "Uncharted and wild, that is. The land is dry, the skies are blue, and purple thistles blow in the breeze. It's different than I thought it would be. Beautiful, I realize. And I'd just started getting used to the menacing mountains and ominous gray clouds in Colorado." "Yes, well," my mother's mouth curves a little in amusement. "We've been limited in our lifetime, Lizzy, despite all we know." She draws in a ragged breath and seems to exhale every regret she holds close to her. "The world is much larger than we realize, especially in our dark city, which is all you've ever known. Your father and I should have ensured." "You could not have known it would come to this, Mother." I meet her gaze, guessing her bleak thoughts easily enough. "Why Arizona?" I ask, changing the subject. "Why Sagebrush Canyon?" I shift my gaze back to the window, eyeing the red flecks in the gigantic stones that jut from the desert floor. "They were in need of a doctor, I suppose." "And it's far away from danger and the past," her reluctant tone implies. "But our new home, Father secured that through correspondence so quickly." I can't hide my skepticism. Of all the people fleeing the city, and all the families in need of a place to go, how could my father have managed such a perfect situation for us? "It was," she clears her throat, "part of the advertisement." Something doesn't feel right, though, and I can't help but wonder what deal my father has made with the town, or what sort of state the place might be in. I think about the torrential rains throughout the plains, and with that, more misgivings spur to life and looming uncertainty nestles back onto my shoulders. What if it follows us? I hear myself say the words before I can properly register them. Though I've had weeks to get used to the changing colors of the sky, I imagine one strong breeze might shift all we've left behind straight toward us. What if we haven't seen the worst of it? What if this is all for naught? I force the question from my mind, refusing to spiral as my mother wheezes a shallow breath. "Have hope, Lizzy," she whispers, but I can hear the catch in her voice before she begins coughing, and I peer back at her. My mother's hands are clenched in her lap, her eyes fixed on me as her face reddens and she forces a steadying breath. Her stare speaks volumes, and I glance at my father, exhaustion finally claiming him as he dozes beside her. She wheezes, and I glare back at her. She needs her tincture before she breaks into a fit. I look at my father again, at his bag on the ground in the aisle beside him. While he still shows no signs of illness, my mother worries he'll work himself to death before she leaves this world. I reach over the bench to wake him, but my mother clutches my arm. "I am fine, for now. Do not wake him." But the tightness of her jaw and constant swallowing, the clipped shallowness of each of her breaths, is far more terrifying than the warning in her eyes and press of her fingers. I glower at her, and despite my mother's stubbornness, she coughs, stifled though it is, then coughs again, stirring my father from sleep. I watch with bated breath as my parents fall into the chaotic scene that always follows one of my mother's spells. My mother pushes him away, needing space to breathe. My father reaches for his bag of remedies. They fuss back and forth as my mother's features strain and her skin speckles with sweat before she finally concedes and takes a few drops of the tincture. All I can do is help keep my mother cool, so I pick up my journal and fan her. My heartbeat races, and suddenly the sun feels merciless through the window as I try to control my own breathing. Heat clings to my skin, dampening my blonde curls against my neck, and my corset seems to tighten with each breath I take under the weight of my sweltering, wrinkled dress. I'm barely able to stomach the image of what the near future will bring for our family if life in Sagebrush doesn't help and my father cannot concoct a cure. Abandoning my task, I turn away, squeezing my eyes shut as I inhale. In and out, in and out. I repeat the exercise over and over. Hold on just a little longer, I tell myself. Just a little longer.
4. Brandon. It's warm for an April morning, and the 3 cups of coffee I've consumed since sunrise are starting to kick in. With my deputy Chuck at home with his newborn son, and Gus overseeing the cotton mill rebuild, I've taken up the daily rounds through Sagebrush with Fish. "Come on, bud," I call, "before that nose of yours gets you into trouble." Fish lifts his head from sniffing around a pile of horse dung. Ever since the pond he liked to catch catfish in dried up to no more than a puddle, my trusty hound has found new ways to get himself into mischief. Nose poised for more sniffing, and russet floppy ears just brushing the ground, Fish trots behind me to the train platform. "Morning, Marshal." I glance at the booth, scantly larger than a coffin. "Morning, Teddy." I'm not sure how Teddy can stand being in there, even if the train only runs a few times a week. "Making the rounds early this morning, I see." Teddy leans against the ticket counter, his large frame filling the space almost completely. He looks every bit as young as he is, and he's all muscle from working on the family farm when he isn't manning the train station on delivery days. I nod. "I'm afraid you're stuck with me today. The boys have other matters to attend to." I peer around the train depot. It's small and inconsequential compared to most. But to Sagebrush, it means progress is encroaching on us. And after all I've heard about the fast-paced world to the west and the darkness to the east, I'm not sure how I feel about that. Especially as new faces continue to trickle in and out. Meanwhile, the supply train comes less frequently. "I guess it never hurts to change things up and get out of the office a bit," I muse, especially after how much time I've spent drawing up plans lately. Still strange thinking of you as Marshall these days, Teddy says, eyeing me up and down. If I hadn't known Teddy all his life, I'd be slightly offended. Sometimes it feels a bit strange to me too, Ted. In Sagebrush Canyon's short 25-year history, it's only been me and my father's stretch as Marshal before that. Being that law and order in this town is all I've ever known, falling in line after my father's murder seemed the natural choice. The only choice that made any sense. Are we expecting a full train today? I glance at the tracks, noticing the sand and dust coating them from the heavy winds of late. Too many newcomers make me anxious, especially in the heat. I have enough to worry about, and a hotter than usual April with no rain hasn't been helping matters any. I don't know what to expect anymore, Marshal. These trains are as predictable as the weather these days. Teddy adjusts his hat atop his head, squinting into the rising sun. Though sandstone towers in the distance, there's nothing but shrubs and mesquite trees this side of town. In fact, Sagebrush Canyon isn't much of anything since the end of the mining boom. We're just a blip on a train route to most, tucked away from the world. A pit stop, a hideaway. 3 years ago, people popped up out of nowhere and the mayor had struggled to house everyone. Now, with the mines nearly bare, the houses stand empty. And I'm not sure if that's a blessing or a curse, given the current state of things. If only folks knew, I think caustically. Certain many more of them would flee. That reporter's coming back today, Teddy says, his voice brimming with a smile. I can hear his insinuation clear enough, but I glance at him anyway. Teddy's eyebrows dance as his mouth opens into a wide, goofy grin. I've seen the way Miss Heather looks at you, he says, trying to get a rise out of me. All doe-eyed and besotted. Then again, I guess it is slim pickings for ladies these days, he jokes. I try to keep a straight face as I lift an eyebrow. Careful now, Teddy. Besotted is a big word for you. That's what Ma calls me every time I see Miss Maybelline at the bookstore. Is that so? I smile ruefully. She's unattached as far as I know, so what's the hesitation? Teddy shrugs. Probably the same reason you're still a bachelor, Marshal. We're not cut out for marriage. I have the farm to worry about. Which is why Teddy needs a family, why his mother likely prays for it. But I don't say anything. It isn't my business, even if Teddy is a good guy, a lonely guy and barely turned 20, but a good guy nonetheless, in need of someone in his life besides his elderly mother and the farm. After Mrs. Mason passed her childbearing years, she'd been unexpectedly blessed with a male heir to the family name. For Teddy to remain unmarried leaves his family's farm vulnerable. The sound of horse hooves carries on the breeze, and Teddy and I leave our familial woes aside, turning to find the Robinsons pulling their cart to a stop at the platform. Carrie Ann's face is red, and Mitchell's satchel is full and slung over his shoulder. He reminds me of a soldier going off to war, and by the look on his wife's face, it's as if he is. Carrie Ann embraces him with a quiet sob, and before the couple can find me intruding on their emotional goodbye, I glance away. Teddy must feel the same, and he clears his throat. I hear the new doctor may arrive on today's train, he says, staring down the tracks that disappear through the mesquite trees scattered across the valley. He's a few weeks overdue, so we'll see. So the mayor says, I say skeptically. But I don't want to think about the mayor and his empty promises and backward plans for Sagebrush. I brought the wagon for folks just in case. Teddy swats at a pesky fly. I wonder why the doc chose to come to Sagebrush. He's supposed to be some fancy city physician, from what I hear. I'm not sure he'll know what to do with himself here. We'll know soon enough, I grumble, trying and failing to get my mother's voice out of my head. Her hatred of my father and me, of all things Sagebrush, begins to loop through my memories. Seething words about devilish white men and how Sagebrush is tainted, just as I am, being my father's son. I lean against the booth, glancing up at the sun, impatient for the train to arrive. She's not angry with you, son. She's angry with me. my father had always told me. I thought the lighter color of my skin and hair also had something to do with it. If my mother hated the sight of my father, she surely hated the sight of her son, too. I was the spitting image of my father in many ways, with features just dark enough to look different from most, but not different enough to please her. Oppany Cunningham, my infamous mother, known throughout Sagebrush for being a lunatic most days, had been a Puebloan and native to the surrounding lands, a servant of the Navajo tribe. She was orphaned as a child and grew to hate the white men who killed her family. So when one of them saved a little boy named Gus from drowning, and Oppany was gifted to the white man in gratitude, she was none too happy. My father married her out of respect for the people, knowing how changed his life would become. My mother resented the world every day after, and her faithful whiskey bottle and loathing for my father led to her morbid end. Even now, with the past creeping up behind me, I'm conflicted by the lack of sorrow I've felt since losing her. "It's going to be a hot one today," Teddy muses, chasing the past away. "Ma needs me to work on the well, so hopefully the train arrives soon." Hearing a distant rumbling, we both glance toward the sandstone. It's not enough to distract me, though. "The well's acting up again?" I ask. Though Teddy seems more than capable of basic repairs, I hope it's his mechanic skills, or the lack of them, that's the issue with the well, and not the water supply itself. He wipes the accumulating sweat from his brow. "Yep. Morning, Marshall. Teddy." Mitchell Robinson steps up onto the platform and dips his head in greeting as the train pulls closer to the station. "Morning, Mitch," I say, and glance back at Carrie Ann climbing back into the cart, oblivious to the world as she lets the tears fall freely down her cheeks. Teddy removes his hat to wipe his brow again, straightening at his post when Mitchell steps up to purchase his ticket. "Where you headed?" "Back east to Richmond. I got an ailing mama," Mitchell explains. Then he meets my gaze in earnest. "You'll keep an eye on Carrie Ann for me, won't you, Marshall?" There's a subtle plea in the man's voice. I nod easily. "Sure I will, Mitch. Not to worry. Besides, I'm sure Mrs. Mason will have her out to the farm for dinner once she learns you'll be gone for a while." I exchange a presuming look with Teddy, knowing it's no stretch to assume May would be more than happy to receive her. "Sure she will. Ma loves company. Lord knows she gets tired of me some days." He grumbles the last part as the train comes to a hissing stop on the tracks. Mitchell lets out a tired breath. The tension in his shoulders seems to ease a bit, and we glance toward Carrie Ann as she rides away, heading back to town. With the unprecedented rainstorms reported in the Midwest, Richmond would be a month-long journey at least, and Carrie Ann will be lucky if her husband returns before summer arrives. As folks disembark the train one by one, and the world begins to buzz with chatter, I take in the passengers' gaunt faces, rumpled clothes, and the bags clutched in their hands. Everyone looks worse for wear, exhausted, but the air hums with relief. Two familiar faces step off the train among the small crowd. Mr. Trainer, a cattle rancher who frequents the surrounding towns for business, and Ms. Heather, the newspaper editor, just as Teddy promised. She smiles at me as she approaches, a large square case gripped in hand. "Ms. Heather," I say, tipping the brim of my hat. "Welcome back."
"Marshall?"
she replies. Her mouth pulls up at the corner and her pink lips part as her eyes shift over me. She's a looker, I'll give her that. I've always been a sucker for blonde hair and freckled skin. "How was your stay in Salt Lake City?" I ask, glancing over to a few other travelers as they step off the train.
"A bit lonely,"
she practically purrs, and my blood stirs a little, recalling our sultry, rainy night together nearly a year ago. I can still smell the lavender scent of her skin, even when I try not to. Her blue eyes crinkle knowingly in the corners, and I clear my throat. "You can load your things in the cart," I say in a rush. "I'll take you back to town once everyone is ready." I look at Mr. Trainer as he passes and point to the wagon below. "I'll be with you shortly." Mr. Trainer nods and thanks. It's good to be back home, Ms. Heather simpers over her shoulder as she steps off the platform. Teddy laughs haughtily behind me. What's so funny? I flash him a look over my shoulder. Nothing, Marshall, Teddy's quick to say, his shoulders rising to his ears as he shakes his head, grinning from ear to ear. Nothing at all. Another stranger steps off the train, and I gesture to the cart. Cart's right there, sir. I'll take you all into town. When the train attendant steps out of the coal car and heads toward the back, preparing to unload, I move to help him. I brought the flatbed cart, I tell the engineer. You think that will be enough? That'll be plenty, the gray-haired man says. He looks worse for wear. There's not much to unload today. 2 of the shipments didn't arrive at Salt Lake City yesterday. I freeze, the news not only unfortunate, but problematic. Some water, please! A young woman stumbles out of the train car, her blonde curls mussed and bouncing as she spins frantically around. She needs water! Who needs water, miss? I hurry toward her. My mother! There's choking inside the train. Grab the canteen from the wagon, Teddy, I shout, and step inside. The car is muggy and smells like sweaty bodies and unclean lavatories, but that's forgotten when my eyes settle on a dark-haired woman trying to get out of her seat. Her husband stands beside her, his arms wrapped around her torso, helping her stay upright. But her coughing fit is so violent, it's all she can do to cover her mouth. Is she choking? I ask urgently, trying not to trip over the bags strewn at their feet. She needs to get off the train, her daughter says anxiously behind me, but needs air and water. She can't stay upright. I help the man usher his wife outside. She needs space, he murmurs. She needs more air. It sounds more like a reassurance, one he's uttered many times before. Teddy, that water, I shout, and take the woman's weight against me. Just another moment, ma'am, you'll be okay. But as I help her off the train, I can't be certain. The woman's lips are turning blue, her face is red, and she sounds as if she might cough up both of her lungs. Marshall, here, Teddy calls as he runs toward us, the canteen held high in his hand. The husband uncaps the top and tries to get his wife to drink. He and his daughter utter more reassurances, and though they are anxious, I get the impression they aren't new to this. Crouching down, the husband riffles through his bag, studying the label of one vial after another. You're the doctor, I realize. Finally finding the vial he's looking for, he turns back to his wife, his lips curved in a relieved, sympathetic smile. Marion, darling, try to control your breathing. You need to take this. The daughter fans her mother. The doctor holds his wife's head and administers the tincture. Knowing nothing of medicine or illness, I take another step back to give the 3 of them space, and along with the other passengers standing around, I watch with bated breath as Marion gasps for air. I don't know what brought the coughing fit on, but I see the fear on all of their faces, and I can feel it hammering in my own heart as the daughter wrings her hands in front of her, eyes fixed on her mother as she leans into her husband, clutching onto him for strength. As I recognize the helpless fear in the young woman's eyes, I force away the memory of my father dying in my arms.
5. Lizzy. Immeasurable moments pass before my mother is well enough to move again, and heat clings to my skin as the marshal helps my mother and I into the wagon. Take that seat there, Mrs. West, he says, concern furrowing his brow as he surveys my mother cautiously before helping my father load our belongings. The wagon jostles and creaks, and I collect my mother's skirts, tucking them in around her legs so as not to take up too much room. The rest of the passengers are already situated around the wagon bed, their baggage clutched in their laps, their legs hanging over the edge, and their faces either blatantly gawking at us with unease or pinched in frustration for making them wait. While Marshal Cunningham has been attentive, only a few of the dozen or so passengers who disembarked the train with us have been on much of our journey, the rest having boarded along the way, only now witnessing my mother's obvious illness for the first time. Until now, I hadn't considered how unusual our plight in the city has been compared to the rest of the world, or what we might seem like to them. pale and sickly? Contagious curiosities? I take my mother's hand, still trembling with fatigue. "Keep this," the marshal says. He hands my father the canteen of water for my mother, but his eyes meet mine. "It's a bit of a ride into Sagebrush." I flash him a weak but grateful smile. "Thank you, Marshal." He's striking, different from any man I've seen in Baltimore, his features more narrowed, with a strong jaw, raven black hair, and skin more sun-kissed than the rest of the townsfolk. "Here, Lizzy," my father says, handing me my mother's parasol. I open it to shade her face as she takes another sip from the canteen. "Do not make a fuss," she whispers coolly, and licks the water from her lips. Her eyes flash to the people sitting around us, watching. The marshal exchanges a few words with the man at the ticket booth and climbs into the driver's seat. A hound sits cheerfully on the bench seat between him and a pretty woman from the train. And as the marshal urges the horses on, I close my eyes against the slight breeze and inhale as deeply as I dare. Fresh air helps, at least. The confines of the train car, our cage for the past month, fallen away. And as my heartbeat evens out, the tension in my shoulders eases a little, and I take in the cacti and mesquite trees surrounding us. It's certainly a sight to be seen, and I nudge my mother, smiling as I point to the purple blossoms that flourish from the cracks in the earth, beckoning an orange and black butterfly. A bird calls off in the distance, barely audible over the crunch and creak of the wagon wheels, and I bask in our new sanctuary. "You're the new doctor." My family and I glance to the woman sitting beside the marshal, turned toward us in her seat and smiling warmly at my father. "I'm Evangeline Heather. I run the Gazette, the town paper." She looks at my parents, then at me, closest to her, and offers me her hand in greeting. Hesitant, I take it. Yes," my father says. "I'm Dr. West. This is my wife, Marion, and my daughter, Elizabeth." The ribbon of Miss Heather's bonnet catches the breeze, as does a loose strand of her blonde hair. "Nice to meet you," she says. "Same," I reply. While I'm not opposed to such informality, I'm not used to it either. Miss Heather's gaze rakes over my mother curiously as she settles her hand on the box in her lap again. "I was wondering," she says, "would you mind terribly if I interviewed you for the paper?" At first, I think she means my father, since he is a renowned doctor in the city. But as her gaze sweeps over the three of us, landing on my mother and then me, I recoil a little. My father clears his throat. "I would be happy to discuss my progress." "Actually, I'd like to speak with the whole family," she amends, and as her face brightens with curiosity, my heart begins to race. We left home to get away from painful memories and find respite, not to live it all over again. I can feel everyone's eyes on us again, can see their necks craned toward us in my periphery, and I refrain from a wince as my mother clears her throat. I've never had to wonder what people were thinking before now, and it only makes my discomfort grow. "I'd like to learn about life in the city," she continues, "about the horrors there and whether they are as bad as I've heard. In fact," she says, her animation amplifying by the second, "I'd love to publish a series of articles about it, how society has altered since the shift and—" "Perhaps," Marshal Cunningham interjects, "we should let the Wests get settled before we bombard them with questions, Miss Heather." His shirt stretches around his shoulders as he leans forward, reins gripped in his hands as he turns his head slightly to look at her. I'm not sure what passes between them, but suddenly, understanding lights her eyes. "Yes," she says, nodding with an apologetic smile. "Of course. Perhaps we'll discuss it once you've settled in." Excitement faded, Miss Heather turns toward the front again. As my eyes find the marshal again, silent and focused as he drives us toward a new future in this strangely beautiful and terrifying place, I realize I'm grateful to him for the second time in the span of minutes. And even under the scrutiny of those around us, it seems that perhaps we've already made a friend.
6. Brandon. I step into the postmaster's building, not surprised to find it empty so late in the afternoon. The room smells of paper and wax, and in the silence, Fish's paws seem to echo on the floor. We pass through the swinging door behind the counter toward the mayor's office in the back. The door is already open, and Mayor Hillman's head is down, his gray and black streaked hair slicked back as he scribbles on a sheet of paper. I rap my knuckles against the doorframe. "John," I say, stepping inside. "No dogs allowed," he grumbles, though I ignore him and settle into the leatherback chair opposite his. While I find it easy to respect most of the folks in Sagebrush, the mayor isn't among them, not after the way he handled my father's murder and everything that's happened in Sagebrush since. Fish sits down beside me, as if he too is defiant. I give Fish's head a quick rub and clasp my hands in my lap to settle in for what will no doubt be a butting of heads as per usual. "You'll be happy to know the doctor arrived today," I start. "He and his family are settling into Driscoll's old place, as you requested." Mayor Hillman blows the ink dry on the paper in front of him, not bothering to look at me. "Good. I'll visit them this evening on my way home and make sure Dr. West knows where to find the clinic tomorrow." He folds the sheet of paper into thirds and sets it aside, then picks up his fountain pen to start scribbling on another. I eye him closely. "Are you aware the doctor brought his daughter with him and that his wife is ill?" Though I want to believe the mayor is unaware of such details, my fists clench slightly as I brace myself for his answer. "I think she's very ill, in fact." "Yes, I had an idea. It's why he requested his payment be made both monetarily and with the reassurance of a home outside of town. He wanted to give her a place to recuperate." Raking my teeth over my bottom lip, I stare down at my clenched hands. "Then you've told him." John finally spares me a glance. "Told him what?" "About the town's circumstances." He shrugs as if drought and potential famine are of no concern. "Why would I do that? You know as well as I do that whatever is happening in the East is worse than anything they'll experience out here." I glower at him. "Are you sure about that?" When the mayor simply stares at me, I continue. "You should have told him, John. Look, Marshal." The mayor finally drops his pen on the desk and sits back in his seat, staring at me thoughtfully. "I know you're everyone's hero around here, saving people's cats and keeping the drunkards off the street, and you have that luxury." I have to force myself not to lean forward and throttle the mayor's arrogant neck. "But I have a town to run, and it's sinking faster than I can grab hold of it. So no, I didn't think twice about the doctor's family, or offer answers to any questions Dr. West didn't ask. We need a doctor, plain and simple. He needed to get out of the city. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, and that's all you need to worry about." "I see. So Dr. West has no idea what happened with Dr. Driscoll and why his house is suddenly vacant, or that the clinic won't bring him enough patients to earn him a decent living, and he definitely doesn't know about the water or the crops." John picks up his pen and begins scribbling again. "All of that is speculation for now, and less patience means Dr. West will have more time for his dying wife." I jolt to my feet, startling both Fish and the mayor. "Is it really so easy for you to hedge bets when it comes to people's lives? I've buried too many friends and seen too many accidents in the past year to know none of what's happening in Sagebrush is coincidence or a phase." "Sit down, Brandon." I shake my head. "You're a piece of shit, John, you know that? You always have been." I consider being less restrained this once and punching the smug bastard in the face, but think better of it. This town needs a leader. The mayor is a worthless, greedy son of a bitch most of the time, but he's someone for the people to look to all the same. Even if I can't stand him, I can't outwardly show I'm against him either. Because even if I hate to admit it, it's only a matter of time before the town will need the mayor more than ever. I turn for the door, unable to look at him a moment longer. "I need Gus tomorrow," he says as I reach the threshold. My skin prickles at his request. No, his demand. "And why is that?" I grit out. "We're heading northwest. We'll be on the second supply train when it leaves, assuming it even comes." I glare back at him. "I'll need a better explanation than that, John." They'd be heading into Puebloan territory, and Sagebrush, along with the rest of the townships that stagger the outskirts of the valley, don't venture into the Puebloans' direction. And if the mayor's planning on taking Gus, that means he's going to see the Navajo, the village from which Gus is from. They are distrusting and protective of their lands after losing the settlers' war 30 years ago on account of our guns and gunpowder. The mayor sighs. We need to know how they farm this land if we're going to make it through the winter with barely enough water to get us through spring. Finally, he peers up at me, exhaustion riddling his features. We have to be ready for the worst possible scenario. The Navajo won't help you, I say easily, not even with Gus at your side. I almost laugh at the thought. Why on earth would they? John scrubs his hands over his face and through his hair, making it fall into his weary gray eyes. They will if I give them guns. I straighten at that. What? What choice do I have, Brandon? He bites out. It's clear the mayor's nearing his wit's end. The delayed supply runs, the crops, the heat, the drought, the dwindling tradesmen and commerce needed to help sustain the township. John doesn't need to list every reason it's imperative to find a solution. After all, I'm the one who's been saying we need to make preparations for the long summers the past 24 months. Everything is changing, and while the mayor has only been in Sagebrush the past 10 years, I was born and raised here. I can feel what's happening, whatever it is, in my bones, and the mayor has just refused to listen, until now. We're sitting ducks out here, for Christ's sake. All that this progress bullshit has done is brought us out here in the middle of nowhere and cut us off from everything. What the hell is going on out there, Brandon? Do you know? Because I sure as hell don't. I don't bother answering. There's no reason to. None of us know what's happening, not really. Decades of seasonal shift have always kept us on our feet, but whatever happens next is anybody's guess as the reports continue to change, to worsen. I'm certain that, with Gus's help, I'll be able to broker a deal with the Navajo, John finally says. I have to. You know that as well as I do. I don't like Gus having to do the mayor's bidding. Not when the surrounding villages don't trust our leader on account of his bending the rules and agreements however it benefits him most. But he's right. I can't deny it might be our only option. Forcing myself to exhale my frustration, I glare at Mayor Hillman, hunched and looking defeated at his desk. I'll tell Gus, I finally concede, and head out the door. Even though I'd love to go around with John Hillman, I can appreciate the man's struggle. I don't envy him for the task at hand. I don't want that kind of pressure, and I'm glad it's not mine to bear, even if exposing the town's weaknesses to the Puebloans is a dangerous move. My mother knew how to hold a grudge until her dying breath, and there are others like her who would never forget what men like Hillman did to their villages. As I step out into the afternoon, Fish loyally at my side, there's a heaviness I can't seem to shake, a gloom I can feel but can't quite pinpoint. The state of our small town is unnerving, yes, as are the mayor's forthcoming actions that will affect the 300 people who live here. But it's the anxiety on the young Miss West's face that keeps flashing to mind, and the gasping sound of her mother as she took what I thought might have been her very last breath in that moment. It all felt strangely apt. It felt like a warning. And regardless of what is happening in the rest of the world, a chill creeps down my spine as I wonder how long it will be before the fallout of it reaches us.
Journal entry. May 10th, 1884. The last few days have been difficult. For my mother, for me. While she keeps to her room, reading and knitting with a brave face of content, I see her discomfort plainly, as she breathes and as she watches me work around the house while she can't. She longs to be outside, under the clear sky. I know her far too well to believe otherwise, especially after nearly a lifetime being cooped up indoors. I find being inside all day is suffocating, even more so than the oppressive heat I'm not quite used to yet. Every day spent cleaning and settling into the house seems to drag on as I yearn to be outdoors, to look at the sky. The newness of town beckons me. People still look at me strangely here, but I try not to dwell on it. I do, however, find myself thinking of Henry more with each day, wondering what he would say about all that's changed, about my aching fingers and sore knees from scrubbing floors, about my inability to bake a decent loaf of bread. He would laugh at me, surely, but he would be here with me, teasing me or reading in companionable silence while Father works diligently at the clinic. Henry would know how to make Mother laugh and keep my spirits up when I feel them wavering. Then again, perhaps we would never have come if Henry were still alive. Where would we be then? Lizzy. 7. Lizzy. I press my glue-covered fingertips together, then stare up at the seemingly endless span of pearlescent paisley wallpaper. There are still 3 walls left to go, and groaning, I blow an errant strand of hair from my face. If it weren't for the heat, I probably wouldn't mind my chores so much. But I'm suddenly grateful this house is no bigger than the downstairs wing in our Baltimore home. And as tiresome as it is, decorating this humble house, cleaning it, keeps my mind busy when I'm not tending to Mother, which is a welcome respite. The hardwood floors creak with every single footstep, not like the rug-covered floors back home. Though it makes it difficult to be quiet while my mother is resting, I'm learning where the floors protest most to avoid them. And since the 2 rooms are upstairs, I have the study and parlor to roam below. Spare furnishings left behind by the last family give me pause sometimes, though. With some of their things still scattered about to sift through, I can't help but wonder what happened to them. They left in a hurry, an internal voice whispers, and I push the taunting thought away. This is not Baltimore. There are no threats looming and filling the skies with darkness. I gaze out the window at the blue skies overhead. Despite how bright and promising it is, I still worry. I worry when my mother is silent for too long, when she coughs so violently she's unable to drink her teas, when her tinctures seem more and more obsolete no matter how hard my father works to find the remedy. I worry because I know it's too late to save my mother from Henry's fate, and the dust, the heat, only makes her illness progress more quickly. I feel worse on the hotter days, and I try not to let that frighten me, too. Closing my eyes, I inhale as deep as the tightness in my chest will allow and wipe the back of my hand across my perspiring brow. Save for the tinge of manure in the air, it's not fetid here like it is in the condensed city, which is a comfort amidst so much change. Hearing my mother's bedroom door creak open and whispers on the landing, I spin around. A faint trill of laughter meets my ears as I walk over to the stairs. "You're coming down?" I ask, peering anxiously up at my mother. She's still in her nightdress and leaning against Jenny, her new nurse. Jenny walks slowly beside my mother, patient and kind as she lets the frail woman lean against her with each unsteady step. Middle-aged, with hair like spun gold, she's angelic in appearance, and I find myself more grateful than I'd expected at the mayor's referral. "I wish to be outdoors," my mother explains, and she pats Jenny's hand as they take the final step into the entry. "Thank you," she whispers. With a small smile, Jenny bows her head. "I'll make us some tea and sandwiches," she offers, and glances between my mother and me. "Yes," I say with a smile. "Thank you, Jenny." She disappears into the small kitchen on the other side of the stairs. "It's warm out there today, Mother." I take Jenny's vacant place beside her, offering my mother my arm to steady her. "It's warm in here," she counters and looks to the front door. "Until recently, I hadn't seen the blue sky since I was a little girl. I don't want to spend my last days on this earth cooped up in my room." I try not to think too much about my mother's comment as I release her arm long enough to squeak the front door open. "You look better today than you did yesterday," I muse. "That's a good sign." Mother makes a noncommittal noise, but the moment she steps onto the porch, her features soften, her smile brightens, and she shuts her eyes, lifting her face to a stream of sunlight. I feel the sweat bead on my brow almost instantly. It's magnificent, isn't it, Lizzy? To think it has been hidden from us all these years. Here, they hide from it instead. She shakes her head with amusement. With good reason, I remind her, and I quickly step inside for a parasol as she walks more fully into the sunlight. You're like a featherless chicken in a cooker, Mother. Your skin won't know what to do with all this sunlight. I pop the umbrella open and hold it over her head as she lowers herself into her seat. My mother sighs as she leans back, smiling out at our withered front yard, at the cracked white fence that lines our parcel, and the small decorative bushes that have shriveled and died along the perimeter. Did you ever think we would be able to sit outdoors like this in our lifetime? Mother asks, tearing her eyes from the intrigue of our new neighborhood. No, I didn't, I admit. I hand her the parasol to hold and repin my hair atop my head so my neck can cool. The simple movement makes my chest strain against my corset and my breath catches in my throat, though I quickly clear it away. I will need to find lighter dresses to wear if I'm going to survive the heat, I say, and settle into the sun-bleached chaise beside her. Yes, something lighter would be lovely. I'm sure we can find you a new dress at the seamstress in town. A pale blue, perhaps, to match your eyes. Or a lavender would be stunning. I smile at the thought of shopping with my mother, arm in arm as we explore the shops and meet our neighbors, but I know that's impossible. How are you feeling? My mother's tone is easy and would almost sound content if it weren't for the slight waver of trepidation I detect. I wave her question away. I'm well. Honestly, half of the time I feel as if I'm melting, but there are worse things. I can feel her eyes on me, and I continue, nodding up to the sunlit sky. Sometimes it still hits me that all of this is real. I peer around the neighborhood, soaking in the chirping birds. We don't have many neighbors, do we? I realize. Or perhaps it is too warm for them to come outside today. It's a quiet street with a handful of houses, each on lots large enough to allow for a small, mostly barren yard. Perhaps we can plant a garden after the first rain, I think aloud. That would be fun, would it not? I've never been able to consider such a thing before. Baltimore neighborhoods only boasted rows of gray doors and towering buildings, cobblestone roads lined with garbage and billowing with steam smoke from underground, and everything was layered in black soot. No one was ever out of doors because it was not safe, and there were no yards, for there was no sun. A garden? My mother seems pleased by the idea, if a little surprised I would suggest it. I shrug. I must find things to keep me busy. There's a clink and clatter inside the kitchen, and my mouth waters at the thought of tea and sandwiches. I was thinking Father must be hungry. I should take him something to eat before Jenny leaves for the day. My mother nods and fingers the butterfly pendant hanging around her neck. I think that's a wonderful idea. Perhaps you'll meet some of our neighbors along the way, or even see the marshal again in town. He's such a kind man, and a handsome one at that. Mother, don't look at me like that, darling. You know as well as I do that you're of age. Had things been different, you likely would have been married off by now. Oh, well, I scoff. I'm sorry to be so much trouble. My mother flashes me a scolding look, instantly stifling my sarcasm. I'm not sure if guilt and rebuke are something all mothers emulate so naturally, or if it's only mine, but she's perfected it, and I avert my gaze. You know, that's not what I meant. Her stare feels like a direct ray of sun against my cheek, and lingers a few moments longer, before she seems satisfied that she's made her point and peers back out into the afternoon. It is time for you to start thinking of such things, Elizabeth. Her eyebrows raise, and I know what words will follow before she speaks them. Seize the day, as your brother would say. But the reminder doesn't inspire me, it only makes me angry and sad. He hid behind those words, I point out. She knows as well as I do he used them like a shield to squander all that was left of his life, not wanting to face his looming future. Or, my mother counters, he did exactly what he wanted with what time he had left. I imagine my brother laughing and partying with his friends, drinking himself into oblivion. Perhaps, I mutter, and pick up a hand fan from the round wooden table between us. My corset feels even tighter as my heartbeat quickens with one more thing to worry about. I'm concerned with more important things right now, Mother. A husband is the furthest thing from my mind. She stills my hand, clutching my fingers and the fan in hers. Perhaps it shouldn't be. She gives me a pointed look, and I know we've officially broached a grim, unwanted conversation I've been putting off. You need to think about your future, now more than ever, Elizabeth. When I am gone, your father will likely— I'd rather not discuss it, I snip. There's plenty of time for that later. But my mother shakes her head. No, she says with a soft wheeze. I'm afraid there's not, my darling. 8. Lizzy. The walk through the neighborhood to town is taxing. The sun beats against the back of my neck despite my bonnet, and my dress is a sweltering shroud I wish I could rid myself of as I slowly make my way downtown. It's easy enough to distract myself as I take in my new surroundings, trying to keep to the shade, though the sparse trees lining the neighborhood provide little of it. The houses are mostly white, their angles trimmed in different blues and purples. Some of them are cracked and fading from the intensity of the sun, but they are beautiful. Nothing like the cramped stone townhomes in the city. Each house is a bit different than the last, adorned with stained glass windows, ornate knockers, and brass door handles, though the neighborhood itself seems unfinished. There are no real roads in Sagebrush, only partial cobblestone paths here and there, but mostly dust and dirt, as if once the homes had been built, the money ran dry. The children playing outside don't seem to mind, though. I try to imagine growing up in a place like this. I've only seen a portion of town in the week since we arrived, but I've observed enough to appreciate its slower, steadier pace and simplicity. The way it sprawls in a wild sort of way, with wide roads and scraggly brush growing sporadically down the avenues. I inhale the dry air as I step onto Main Street. A concerto of cartwheels and horse hooves passing over uneven road meets my ears. Nothing like the ocean that filled the silence back home. People hustle between shops and across the road to escape the heat of the day, finding shelter inside or under faded awnings flapping in the afternoon breeze. Wood-paneled buildings line both sides of the street, built around the older stone and brick buildings that have likely been here from the beginning. I pass the grocer and a dressmaker, a saloon and the bakery, before I come to my father's clinic, a stone building nestled between the post office and the bank. The marshal steps out of the post office as I pass, a wide-brimmed hat atop his head and a glinting metal star pinned to his vest. He peers out at the town, appraising it as he probably always does, and he has a thoughtful, meditative look about him. I can't deny that Marshal Cunningham is handsome, rugged in a way I've never seen in a man before. I appreciate that about him more than I probably should. The concern in his rich brown eyes as they locked onto mine at the train station, reassuring me in a way I hadn't expected. He nods to a couple walking by, then reaches down beside him to pat his hound's head. Indeed, my mother was right. There is a pleasantness about him, an easy confidence and stoicism I admire and envy. But no matter my mother's opinion, I'm in no state of mind or health to entertain ideas of gentlemen and marriage. And I doubt Marshal Cunningham is in the market for a sickly wife who'd never even heard of a jackrabbit until a week ago. The marshal's gaze meets mine, and I'm caught staring. A sudden shyness quickens my heartbeat, making my cheeks redden, and I clear my throat as I try to hasten past him. Good afternoon, Miss West. The marshal removes his hat politely and dips his chin. I step onto the sidewalk, close enough to reach the clinic door. Good afternoon, Marshal. I hold the basket tighter against my chest. He glances down at the towel covering my father's lunch. Shopping this afternoon? No, I say, glancing at my father's name placard. Bringing the doctor something to eat. The marshal eyes the clinic door a moment, long enough for me to wonder what he's thinking, before his gaze shifts to me again. He has the same expression he had the other day, almost worried or perplexed, if I had to guess. "Well," he says with a nod, "I'll leave you to it then. Good day, Miss West." The marshal repositions his hat and is about to step from the curb when my lips begin moving of their own accord. Marshal, thank you." My words come out a bit scratchy and I clear my throat. "I mean, for what you did at the train the other day. My mother is not well, as you can tell, and I was distraught. I wasn't able to thank you properly." His brow knits together slightly. "No need to thank me, Miss West. I'm just glad to know your mother is all right. You'll let me know if you need anything, won't you?" I can't help the twitch of a smile, relieved and grateful to him yet again, and I nod. "Yes, thank you. It truly means so much." There's a moment that passes between us, and I think the marshal is trying to assess me as much as I'm assessing him. Despite his youth, the marshal seems an old soul, and the cadence of his voice, the control of his demeanor, are comforting in a foreign way. He doesn't boast or preen or flaunt anything. He simply stands there, concern and sincerity in his expression. Perhaps it's my mother's fault I'm so distracted and confused by him. "Well," he says with another nod, "enjoy your afternoon, Miss West." His lips purse as he steps off the curb and walks in the other direction. I watch him, intrigued for far too long before I realize I'm still staring and people probably notice. Straightening my shoulders, I inhale as deeply as I can manage and reach for the clinic door. When I step inside, my mind reeling a little after my stumbling exchange, the breeze catches the door, slamming it shut behind me. The framed anatomy sketches on the walls shake, and my father jumps at his desk, whipping around to face me. Even from behind his spectacles, his blue eyes are dull and tired. But despite the pang of concern in my heart, I force a broad smile. "Hello, Father," I chirp and walk to his desk. Leaning in, I kiss his cheek. Ink stains his hands, and his salt and pepper scruff is unshaven. "I take it you have not eaten much today." "I've been a bit busy," he mutters, looking back down at his paperwork. "A lot of patients?" He shakes his head distractedly. "I think I've come up with some new ingredients I would like to try. Ginger being one of them." "Ginger?" "Yes, it's one of the few things I haven't tried, and they have it in abundance here. Time-tested, ancient, really. I can't believe I hadn't thought of it before. I need to finish my list." "And eat," I prompt. "Promise me." With a scolding eye on him, I unwrap a loaf of bread and set it on his desk. "It's a bit overdone," I concede. "My apologies." He peers up at me with a bit more affection, his wiry hair standing on end from hours of running his fingers through it. "You really do look a fright, Father." With a soft bit of laughter, I comb his hair back into place, though he barely seems to notice. "You left your mother well enough, I hope," he says, turning a page in one of his journals. His trusty, tattered quill hovers rapidly over each word, as if he's searching the contents for something he might have missed. "Is she still resting?" "No, actually, we had an excursion today," I tease, and his head snaps to me. "You what?" "Only to the porch. Please, give me some credit. I promised you I'd look out for her, didn't I? And Jenny's with her now." I kiss his forehead. His skin is warm from the stuffy room, and he smells of dillweed, like my mother's tonic. "She's a sweet girl, isn't she?" he says, mostly to himself. "Jenny? Yes, she's very sweet, and Mother likes her, which is the most important thing." When my father blinks up at me, I see complete exhaustion in his features that makes my heart ache with fear for him, as well as with a longing to be more useful. "You didn't sleep last night," I realize aloud. "Will you not come home and rest? You could stay with Mother for a little while. She would like that, you know. She's feeling much better today." With a thick swallow, my father sits back down in front of his papers. Stacks of books line the walls, tomes of scientific discoveries and New World advancements. "I must keep working on a cure," he says. "I won't lose them both." He shakes his head and flips the page of the volume in front of him. He scours the words again, then begins to write. Lemon essence, ginger root, peppermint oil. A list of ingredients fills the page in his scribbled, barely legible hand. Everything thus far has been a temporary remedy, not a cure, he mutters to himself. And you still think you can find one? I ask, more than skeptical. I don't want to think about my mother dying more than I already do, but I don't want to be naive about what's likely to come, either. It's clear the tonic is less effective now, but my father has been reconfiguring ingredients and potions for weeks, even before we left Baltimore, and nothing substantial has come of it. My mother will not survive this, not unless the famous Dr. West is a magician, which I know he is not. I'm a doctor, not a miracle worker. There is only so much science can do at this point. In the future, perhaps it would be possible, but now... I'd heard him utter the words again and again over the years to patients and their families in our very situation, and even now they loop through my mind, his voice honest and to the point. Maybe a bit of rosehip, he mutters to himself. My father, once a prominent man, is only holding on by a tether nearly severed, and I worry I'll lose both of my parents at this rate. The realization is almost crippling. Straightening my shoulders, I set the ham and preserves beside the bread. Please, take a moment to eat something, I say, and place a quart of milk on the desk as well. Not now, he grumbles, his quill moving frantically against the paper. Just leave it. Papa, I breathe, frustration bubbling. Please, it will only take a few moments. Let's have a bite together, shall we? I don't like the break in my voice, the readiness of it that makes me feel too close to weakness, too close to the little girl I feel peeking out from the past. There's no time, Elizabeth, he says more forcefully. Well, you can't continue like this, I tell him, gesturing to the mess surrounding him. You need food. You need sleep. He glares at my impertinence. No, I need to save my wife. His eyes narrow at me, his mouth pursing as he takes in my surprise. And I see the moment he registers my tears forming. And I grind out, need a father as much as a mother. And it would seem I'm losing you both. My tone is angry, full of hurt and fear. When my father's eyes widen, I know Nathan West understands how neglected I've been in all of this. I watch the realization lessen the tension around his eyes, and his lips part as if trying to form an apology. Like a veil lifted, my father's eyes fill with tears of his own, along with pain and regret. I don't want to lose her, he admits in a shaky whisper, and tears stream down the deep lines of his face. I can't fail her, too. I hate to see him so fragile. He's a man of action and solutions, but he's been whittled down to a lost soul, scrambling to hold on to the thing most dear to him in the world. I pull my father into my arms. He feels frail, and tears prick the backs of my eyes as he shudders against me. I'm sorry, Lizzy, he rasps. I've never felt so helpless. He wraps his arms around me, squeezing me tightly to him. I know, I whisper, my voice as shaky as his. But if you don't spend time with her now, you will regret it later. My mother's words are still fresh and biting in my mind. She doesn't have much time left. You've not seen what I have, Lizzy, he says, almost too quietly to hear. He pulls away from me, wiping his eyes dry and straightening his shoulders, as if the tender moment never passed between us. I have watched illness ravage children barely old enough to understand their own pain, the elderly and the innocent. And after Henry, I know what it will do to her. So do I feel the need to remind him, but I don't. Instead, my brother's blue face flashes to mind all over again. I was the one with him as he drank himself to death, throwing in the towel like nothing mattered anymore. It was me who couldn't sleep for weeks after he'd gulped his last breath, the one who had to tell my parents what happened, reliving every detail to my father's satisfaction over and over again in the name of science. I can't bear to see it, he mutters with more determination, shaking his head. My father clears his throat and peers around the room, finally remembering himself. Forgive me, I don't know what came over me. When he meets my gaze again, he cups the side of my face with his ink-splotched hand. I know how difficult this has been for you as well. A sadness pulls at the corner of his mouth, and he looks me up and down. I imagine I look as altered by the past months as I feel. How have you been feeling? Better? He asks, hopeful. I'm well, I say as he turns back to his journals. I watch as my father's armor snaps back into place. He stares down at the pages in his book a moment, then glances at me. I will figure this out, he promises. Though I nod, I'm not sure if hope is more dangerous than fear. My father picks up a piece of bread and tears it between his teeth before turning back to his work. And you will not lose me, Elizabeth. I promise you that. Again, I say nothing because I don't believe him entirely. Is there something I might do to help? I ask instead, knowing the less my father has to do, the more time he might spend at home with us. Yes, actually, he says with more pep this time. He holds up a sheet of paper. Would you run to Mabry's and bring me everything on this list? I feel lighter instantly and collect my empty basket. Of course. I take the list from him. Here. My father reaches into his pocket and pulls out a few coins. If this mixture works, dear Lizzy, I might have a new tonic for your mother to try by nightfall. 9. Lizzy. I walk a few storefronts down to Mabry's Mercantile to purchase the items on my father's list. Refusing to allow the weight of my conversation with my father to settle in, I set my mind to my task, grateful for one more thing to keep myself occupied. The sweet scent of candied dates hits my nose as I step into the narrow shop, and Mr. Mabry flashes me a welcoming smile. The other shoppers, however, do not. They eye me carefully. There she is, they whisper, as if I cannot hear. I flash them a forced smile and they go about their shopping. Yes, I am different from them, from my clothes to my accent and strange parents, but I try not to let it bother me. Mr. Mabry hoists a basket over the counter for a small, elderly woman with dark, braided hair. Have a good day, Mrs. Turnby, he murmurs, and turns his attention to me again. Let me know if there's anything I can help you with, Miss West. I nod with a grateful smile and study the list again. Fresh lemon, honey, ginger, root if possible, peppermint, crossed out, mint, tea. I think I might have to visit a greengrocer for the lemon and perhaps even the ginger root, but I haven't seen one yet. Remembering the assortment of teas last time I was at the shop, I turn for the glass canisters in the corner of the store. I peruse the bins and shelves to reacquaint myself with Mr. Mabry's stock as I make my way over. Though the shop is smaller than the markets in the city, the shelves are filled with a variety of items, some more obscure than others, that one might normally seek out a specialist for. The mustache grease is next to an assortment of spirits. A basket of spooled ribbons and lace is wedged between a sack of cornmeal and cans of meat. There appears to be no real organization other than items stuck wherever they can fit. I fan myself a moment, peering around at the disarray, uncertain where I might find the honey. Just as I'm about to ask Mr. Mabry, a rainbow of preserves catches my attention at the end of the shelf. I step closer, reading the delicate script on the labels. Lemon preserve, Mason Family Farm. Orange marmalade, Mason Family Farm. Pickled okra, Mason Family Farm. I brush a loose strand of hair from my face and blot my forehead with the back of my hand. I don't think lemon preserve would help my father any, but I keep it in the back of my mind, just in case. I notice that even the sacks of wheat and barley at my feet are from the Mason Family Farm, and wonder for a brief moment if there's anything they don't produce. The mustache grease, I muse wryly. Continuing to the teas, I examine the glass canisters. Chamomile and citrus, lavender and sage. But the mint canister, the only one I need for my mother, is empty. I continue perusing the shelves, suppressing my disappointment as best I can. There is honey, which makes me smile, and 2 beeswax candles I can take home to my mother, the only wax that doesn't affect her, neither smoke nor scent. But when I spot a few baskets of fruit by the counter, There are no lemons, no ginger root, and the fresh mint that I meant to supplement for the tea is wilted and ruined from the heat. Chest tightening and patience waning, I make my way to the counter, anxious to remove myself from the small, warm store and return with what I can to my father. "Did you find everything all right, Miss West?" "No, actually," I say as delicately as I can. "Is there a fruiterer or greengrocer around here where I might find more of a selection?" Mr. Mabry seems amused by this and tries not to smile. "No, miss. Well, there was, but the Jameson family moved a few months back, I'm afraid. That's why I have a little bit of everything. The Masons drop off produce twice a week, but that's all they can manage." "And they supply the mint tea as well?" I ask, afraid of the answer. "I'm also in need of ginger root and lemon in case you happen to have any in the back." I say it almost as a plea and blow the dratted strand of hair in my face away again. I can feel the impatient stares of the waiting patrons behind me, and I begin to fluster. "No, I don't believe I have anything in back," Mr. Mabry says as he pulls the candles from my basket. "Is this all you needed?" He nods to the honey. "Well, no," I say brusquely. "The mint tea and produce, as I mentioned, for my mother." "Oh, yes, well, Mrs. Mason's mint tea is one of the town favorites. She uses a hint of citrus, I believe." "Yes, that's wonderful, but when might you be getting more?" I can all but help the clip of frustration in my voice. Mr. Mabry shrugs. "Oh, I dunno, miss. Probably Monday or Tuesday. They produce quite a bit at the Mason farm. I'm not sure how they find the time to do much of anything, to be honest." Though he laughs, amused by his observation, I can't bring myself to pretend. If I were still in the city, there would be shops lined down Main Street, all of them overstocked with all I could possibly need. And here, I can't even get a straight answer. "Is there a way to place an order for Mrs. Mason to make more? I really do need it. Urgently, in fact." I push a silver dollar across the counter to cover the honey and candle purchases. "Oh, we aren't taking personal orders right now, Miss West." I clench my jaw, taking as steadying a breath as I can. "Mr. Mabry," I say harshly. I can feel the pressure in my lungs loosen as I start to overheat with annoyance in the humidity of the room. "My mother is ill," I begin. I have to clear my throat and keep my voice low to keep my coughing at bay. "I was hoping you might make an exception and allow me to order what we need, please. For the doctor," I add. "Well, I'd—" Though Mr. Mabry seems sympathetic, his eyes shift behind me, worriedly. The seconds seem too drawn to bear. "Mr. Mabry," I say hotly. "I'm certain Mrs. Mason would be happy to get your order met, Miss West." I spin around as a familiar voice breaks through the tension. The marshal and one of his deputies stand in the line behind me. The marshal eyes Mr. Mabry, not crossly, but more sympathetically than I expect. "The Masons will want to help the doctor," he adds, as if giving Mr. Mabry permission to help me. "Are you certain?" I ask Marshal Cunningham, glancing between them. "Because it sounds like that's not something you do here." I try and fail to keep my tone in check. "Of course we can. Chuck will see Teddy tomorrow." The marshal nods to the tall, lanky man beside him. "He'll be at the train station. He can make the request for you then." Chuck dips his head to me politely. "It would be my pleasure, Miss West." My eyes widen with surprise, and gratitude swells in my chest. "Thank you very much," I say, my irritation quickly subsiding. A hint of shame heats my cheeks in its place as I realize the marshal overheard me losing my temper. "What can I do for you today, Marshal?" Mr. Mabry says over me. I clutch my basket against my chest, making the wicker creak in my firm hold as I step out of line with my purchases. The marshal hands a folded piece of paper to Chuck. "A quick inventory of a few things, Will. Chuck will see to it." The marshal gestures from me to the door. "May I?" Yes, thank you. I could use some fresh air." I follow him out the door and step into the afternoon, shutting my eyes to the breeze as I take a deep breath that fills my lungs. The freshness soothes the tickle in my throat. "So you decided to do some shopping after all, I see," the marshal says with a hint of amusement. "No, well, yes, for my father. He needed a few ingredients for—" I hesitate. Not wanting to overshare with the marshal, I change the subject. I'm sorry for being cross with the grocer, I say quietly. I panicked a little. I can imagine it's difficult, the marshal says after a moment. What's difficult? Being in a new place without the comforts of home, he says. I squint at him under the partial shade of the awning. Learning things are slower here, I would assume. Oh, I will get used to it, I'm sure. In fact, I didn't think it was a problem until now, I admit. The marshal's hound trots across the street and sniffs my dress before his wet nose nudges at my hand. Fish, the marshal says in a low warning. Not everyone likes wet noses. With a quick glance at me, he adds, he's friendly but overly curious sometimes. It gets him into trouble. I pat the dog's wrinkled brow. I see. He probably smells the lunch I brought over in the basket. I smile as Fish's soft, wet tongue grazes my inner wrist. If he's bothering you, the marshal starts, but I shake my head. Not at all. I could never have a pet in Baltimore. I grin, imagining Fish with his floppy ears as a puppy. When I look at the marshal, I find him watching me intently. It's only then I realize I'm standing close enough I can smell him. Leather and coffee beans with a hint of hay. Was there anything else you needed for your mother? He asks, taking a slight step away as he nods to the store. No, I don't think so. Check back on Tuesday. That's when Teddy makes his deliveries. If he can get it to you before that, I'll have Mr. Mabry send word. I frown. Thank you, Marshal, but Mr. Mabry made it all seem much more difficult than that. Will's a good man, Miss West. He has good intentions, at least. Things have been a bit— He pauses a moment, searching for the word. Altered, lately. It's been a dry spring, and Will has been doing his part to ensure we aren't overpromising produce and goods. That's all. You'll get your order, I promise you that. I'll make sure Will knows for future orders. I stare into the marshal's brown eyes and know I can trust him. The sincerity I admire so much gleams back at me. I put another step between us. Well, thank you again, truly, I finally have the wherewithal to say. But I better be going. My father is waiting for the ingredients. Of course. Marshal Cunningham nods down the road. Try to keep to the shade if you can. It's quite warm today. His eyes shift over my exposed skin, and I grip my basket closer. Yes, well, goodbye. I move to step past him. Oh, Miss West. I glance over my shoulder at him. Will you be in town tomorrow for the Spring Solstice Festival? My eyes widen and I peer around at the banners, finally realizing what the hubbub has been about. I don't know. I hadn't realized. It's an annual event, he explains, though if I'm reading his tone correctly, he seems a bit disconcerted about it. Do you disapprove of the festival? I ask, forgetting myself. The marshal doesn't hesitate when he answers. In some ways, but it doesn't matter. It happens every year regardless. I'm not sure what there is to disapprove of. A spring solstice festival sounds innocent enough, but the crease in his brow piques my interest. It can't possibly be like the underground parties and festivals I've attended on occasion, without my parents' knowledge, of course. I try to imagine the marshal attending one of those, with jesters on stilts, topless ladies, and bearded women. I nearly laugh at the picture it paints. It's good for the town to come together on occasion, he adds in my indecision. If the mayor insists on having it, you might as well attend. It would be a good way to meet people, I should think. They'll be bobbing for apples, and there will be food contests. You must try Mrs. Hilly's apple pie. It's the best pie this side of the new territory. Miss Heather wrote a whole article about it and everything. His feigned amusement makes me smile. While it might not be the marshal's favorite pastime, the festival sounds more intriguing by the second. Will you be there? I ask, a blush creeping up my cheeks almost instantly. I silently kick myself for blurting such a thing. Seeing as it's only tolerable to you, I jest. The marshal's mouth quirks in a resigned smile. I'll be making the rounds, as usual. Well then, I retort, about to say I might see him there, but as quickly as the promise of a bit of fun seems to lighten my heart a little, uncertainty settles back into its familiar place. It depends on how my mother fares tomorrow, I admit. The marshal's easiness seems to fade, and his brow puckers slightly. Yes, of course. His expression turns serious again, and he glances through the window at Chuck with the grocer. I won't keep you, Miss West. Enjoy the rest of your day. And as if he can't get away from me fast enough, Marshal Cunningham turns on his heel, leaving Fish and me on the sidewalk. I peer down at the hound and sigh. Well, that was disheartening, wasn't it?
10. Brandon. Crickets chirping in the evening air, I sit in my study, staring between pages of propositions the mayor is going to put forth during the town meeting next week, and the list of dwindling inventory Chuck and I secured from Will and the other merchants this afternoon. Grain stock doesn't appear to be a problem so much as the vegetables, which need ample water in the extreme heat, and I don't want to even think about what happens next with so much livestock in need of water in order to produce enough meat and dairy for the entire town. I run a hand over my face, exhausted from each new problem popping up without a definitive solution. If it's not the decreased train run and lack of supply deliveries on my mind, it's the farms and fields relying on a diminishing water supply. Or the mayor's trip to see the Navajo and the fact that he's taken Gus, my best deputy and friend, to a very dangerous negotiation. And if Mayor Hillman was half as intelligent as he gives himself credit for, he would have canceled the festival altogether before he left, because all it's done is put us deeper in the hole. My only comfort is that by next week the townspeople will know the depths of our plight. Finally. And in knowing what we're up against, the town will help the mayor make better decisions and work together to preserve what little we have left. I take a long swig of whiskey. As much as I hate to admit it, the mayor's plans for rationing the water, containing it for drinking and bathing only, is a good one, if a little late in the scheme of things to start reinforcing. But John Hillman has always been an egocentric man, so I'm not surprised he's waited so long just to spite me. Fish snores softly at my feet, and I peer down at him, stretched out on the floor. Over the last 5 years, we've established our daily routine of morning walks and duties around the town. And every day ends this way, working late and overthinking things, most of which are out of my control. While Fish is used to my long nights, the toll they're taking on me settles between my shoulder blades and behind my eyes. Only tonight, between sips of whiskey and disgruntled mutterings, Miss West fills my mind too. Fish stretches out with a groan, his tail thwacking my foot. He'd taken a liking to her today. I'm not sure what it is exactly, but there's something beyond Miss West's apple-round cheeks, eyes the color of a cloudless sky, and golden hair that intrigues me. The responsibility placed on her shoulders, perhaps. The spark of fire I saw in her at the store today, too. She's young, that much is obvious. Her pale features are still soft and unmarred by age, but she has a subtle determination about her that radiates behind expressive eyes, even when she doesn't speak. Since word spread about what happened at the train station the day they arrived, the townspeople's chatter has been incessant, wondering why the sickly Mrs. West came here of all places, and if she is contagious. Not to mention the buzz that the doctor, so renowned and prominent in the city, might be a little outlandish with his mutterings around town and lack of cordiality. Instead of seeking patients, Dr. West is a recluse, his candle still burning each evening as the town winds down at dusk, and Fish and I head home for the night. But despite people's gossiping about everything from Miss West's fancy dresses that are ill-designed for the heat, to the way she carries herself with a sense of self-righteous dignity, all I see is a silver spoon in a rusted drawer, a refreshing breeze, different, yes, but burdened in a way none of us can comprehend. And perhaps, if I let myself think of her too long, I wonder if she's not lonely, the way I often felt growing up. Both of us having been singled out because of circumstances beyond our control. And despite myself, I feel an unexpected kinship with her. Fish whines and blinks up at me, ready to crawl into bed. Go on, I tell him. I have a while yet. I nod into the darkened hallway toward the stairs to my room. The house suddenly feels too big for the two of us. And when the image of Miss West's small smile, shrewd gaze, and the blonde curls which so often fall into her face flashes to mind again, I shake my head. Perhaps I need rest too, I mutter, downing the rest of my whiskey. Setting my empty glass on the desk, I peer down at the mayor's proclamation again. There's no use dwelling on tomorrow's festivities and what I can't control. The festival is happening despite what I think is best. And with a final sigh, I pick up the lantern, following Fish out of the room and leaving my troubles to tend to tomorrow.
Journal entry. May 11th, 1884. Last night, I was at a party. I was dressed in a gown of gray silks from India and cream tarlatan from Europe. I ate soft-shell crab, fresh from the sea, without worrying about what poison tainted its white meat. And when I was finished, I nibbled at the decadent chocolates that decorated the table as far as the eye could see. Last night, I danced the quadrille beneath a crystal chandelier, serenaded by the melodic hum of bow against string. I felt the sharp, clean scent of eau de cologne tingle my nose and could hear the horns of the steamships in the harbor. And I could feel the cool breeze of the Atlantic Ocean against my skin as I stepped onto the balcony. Last night, I dreamed of my life before Henry was dead. But then I woke to my mother having a coughing fit in the other room and remembered how uncertain and frightening the world is now. Everything before the shift is a distant memory, untouchable, never to be held again. Lizzy. 11. Lizzy. Standing in front of my bedroom mirror, I eye my altered violet dress. I was up half the night, cutting the long sleeves off my gown to allow my skin to breathe more easily in the heat. And removing 2 layers of petticoats was easy enough, though I feel strangely underdressed without their weight. Excitement seems to fill me the longer I stare at myself, though, imagining a more pleasant day in the heat, coupled with the realization I'm to attend my first town festival. Time away from the house is a much-needed reprieve, and with a sigh, I appraise myself once more, tucking my curls up into my chignon, practically giddy with the promise of a little bit of fun while my mother sleeps, Jenny watching over her. Poised to take on the gawking townspeople, I head to the festival. It's a warm day, but breezy and refreshing, and as I draw closer to town, I realize people's stares and whispers are easier to ignore than my mother's wheezing at home, and I revel in the lively music that reaches my ears. The brightly colored banners and the smell of butter-soaked foods catch in the breeze, and my stomach rumbles as I tuck a loose strand of hair into my day cap. Here we go, I mutter, and clearing my throat, I pin an amused smile on my lips as I make my way toward the throng of people. Table linens billow in the breeze, some bright reds and blues, while others are thick burlap. Vendors display their soaps and their baskets, their wreaths and their jewelry. And there are people on stilts, and ponies for the children to ride. I sample breads with flavored oils and mustards as I meander, stopping to appreciate 2 fiddlers with waxed mustaches battling back and forth. Their mouths twitch with broad smiles, and sweat collects under the brims of their hats. I move on to the pie tables and the craft stations next, where children laugh as they struggle with their ribbons and streamers, catching in the wind. I'm not sure how much time passes as I stroll along, tasting and browsing and appreciating this town that is now my home. To my surprise, most people smile at me, offer me samples, and bat their eyelashes, though I know they are hoping for a sale. It's predictable and easy and feels a bit like Baltimore, and I love every moment of it. When barking echoes ahead, I scan the crowd beyond a group of women huddling over the lace table. I spot Fish playing tug-of-war with a young boy, and immediately my eyes find Marshall Cunningham speaking to Miss Heather. The marshal tips the brim of his hat at her, and she smiles artfully before looping her arm through his and leaning in to whisper something in his ear. Though I'm intruding on an intimate moment between them and should look away, I can't seem to force myself to do it. Are they courting? The marshal isn't married. I've heard as much from my father, mother, and Jenny, but I hadn't considered he had any sort of attachment with someone. But the way Miss Heather looks at him, so intimate and informal, makes me think he most certainly does. An outrageous image of the marshal and her, lying rumpled in bed together, sends a shameful shock of indecency through me, and I feel my cheeks redden. Marshal Cunningham glances up, his eyes shifting to mine almost instantly, and my entire body heats with mortification as I turn away. The tasty snacks and nibbles freshly settled in my stomach begin to churn, and I try not to let my breathing sputter away from me. "Miss West," I hear the marshal call my name. "Miss West, would you—" There's a ruckus around me and I don't hear the rest, but clenching my fists, I compose myself as best I can before I look back at him. I force a pretty smile as if nothing is amiss and I didn't just imagine him lying with a woman, but my skin heats again all the same. The marshal utters something to Miss Heather and pulls gently away, nodding in my direction as he takes a few steps closer. He's flushed, and if I'm not mistaken, perhaps a bit relieved. "Would you?" he asks earnestly. "Like your photograph taken, that is, for the Gazette?" The marshal glances over his shoulder at Miss Heather, standing beside a metal box I recognize. He beckons me to follow him. "A photograph?" I fall into step behind him. "Why would I—" "I've just brought it back from Salt Lake City," Miss Heather explains, stepping up beside the marshal. Though her voice is a bit flat, her expression is open and she smiles at me. "I figured every newspaper needs a camera. Just because Sagebrush is in the middle of nowhere doesn't mean we can't live like civilized folks. Isn't that right, Miss West?" "Yes, of course." Miss Heather nods. "Now, shall we take a photo for the Gazette? This is the first time we've been able to capture folks. The festival is the perfect sort of place." I glance around, grasping for an excuse not to take an awkward photograph with all eyes on me. I can already feel the uneasiness catching in my chest, quickening my heartbeat. I manage, clearing my throat. "Perhaps we should take a group photograph?" I point to the children playing with fish. "How fun would it be to see the children? And fish. We must have fish in the photograph, too." "As you wish," Miss Heather says, distracted as she repositions the camera box on the table. I'm instantly relieved, and with the marshal's help, I usher the children into view of the camera, all of them more than willing to have a few seconds of fame, despite their bickering. "I've never been in the paper." "None of us have, you saddle goose." "Stop touching me, Elsa." "You stop touching me." "All right, now, quiet down," Miss Heather calls. "Move closer together, please." The children push and chide one another while I pet fish, happily sitting at my feet, panting, as I too take a relieved breath. "Marshal?" Miss Heather says, looking at him askance. He stands off to the side, arms crossed as he watches the group of rascals fidget around. He blinks at Miss Heather absently. "Get in the photograph," she presses with a raised brow. "Please." Her request brooks no argument, not to a gentleman. And though the marshal eyes her glumly, he steps up beside me. I take comfort in the fact I'm not the only one who seems uneasy. "Closer, please," Miss Heather says, bringing her hands together in demonstration. "More." The marshal sidesteps until his arm is brushing mine. "No moving now, children. Hold still." While the seconds tick on, I try and fail not to inhale the scent of the marshal, committing his oddly comforting cologne or aftershave to memory. "On 3, Miss Heather starts, peering through a hole in the back of the box. Then, on 3, she pulls the lever, and I let out a deep breath.
12. Brandon. Spence says the guys are divided and near protesting, Chuck explains above the creak of our saddles. He removes his hat, wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. Half of them want to walk out, but Ben and Thomas, the men who need the money for their families, won't let them. Chuck nods toward the mine as it appears through the bend in the canyon. The mine isn't too far north of town, but it feels like a different place entirely. All I can see is the water mill turning in the front of the mine built into the canyon beside it. I have no idea how much copper the men have found over time, but the mine is an intimidating place, despite the number of jobs it can provide. should there ever be enough folks in want of one again. The men who don't want to work should leave, I say. They're a danger to those who do. What's Spence doing about it? Chuck shrugs, resting his hand on his hip as we ride closer. What can he do, boss? What the mayor says goes. I take a deep breath. It's always something with the mayor. I'm beginning to wonder if there isn't anything in this damn town he hasn't muddled. Why don't the men want to work? Chuck is my eyes and ears out here, and I know he'll give it to me straight. What's changed? He looks at me, his body swaying with his horse's uneven steps. The mayor is having them dig for coal. My jaw clenches. He what? Chuck stares blankly at me. We don't need to have a conversation about the irresponsibility of coal mining, the stupidity of it, especially as the world is being torn apart around us because of its effects. Of course the men don't want to mine anymore, I grouse. They're not senseless. Or desperate enough, Chuck adds, and I know he's thinking about Thomas's and Ben's families. The moment I see Spencer's stout form just outside the mill, his hands on his hips and worry lacing his features, I know coal mining isn't Spencer's fault either. Hey, Marshal, he calls, walking out to meet us. Chuck? Spencer tips his hat. Chuck and I nod to him, but I peer past Spencer at the mine. It's not what I expected, so altered from the last time I was there. There are no men milling around outside, heaving copper pails and pushing carts. It's quite the opposite, in fact. Empty and ominous. You're just in time, Marshal, Spencer says with a sigh. The last thing I want is all hell breaking loose in there. It's unsafe as it is. I got more than half the men who want to work, but that's not enough to keep things running efficiently. Some have already walked. I don't blame them, I grumble. Chuck dismounts his horse. You want me to bring things to a halt, boss? He hands Spencer the reins. I nod without hesitation. Shut it down, Chuck. I look pointedly at Spencer, but speak loudly enough for Chuck to hear me fully. Any man who has a problem with it can talk to me. If it's the money they're worried about, we'll help them figure something out. Chuck heads for the mine, and I dismount my dapple gray mare. How long has Mayor Hillman had you mining for coal? My eyes meet Spencer's, one curse after another looping through my head. I take Chuck's horse from him, then lead them over to a water trough where a few others are tied up. And why did you say yes, Spence? It's my job, Marshal. I don't question the mayor, even if you know it's a federal offense. I nod toward the mine, leaving the horses to nibble as fish trots over, wet from the stream. Though Spencer looks ashamed, he dips his chin. When it comes to feeding Kit and Brady, yes, my family relies on me, Marshal. I see the misery in my friend's eyes and pat him on the shoulder. I guess I can't blame you for that. And it's true. Things are complicated now, more than they were when I was a kid, and that says a lot. We didn't have to worry about finding jobs or stocking our shelves. The world was booming and there were more jobs than could be filled. Now those who need a job have to look outside of their professions, and those who look toward the future have to consider leaving. Sagebrush is a shell of the town it once was, and seeing the proof of it in Spencer's eyes makes me feel as if I've failed him. Spencer clears his throat. We gave up copper a few months ago. There wasn't much yield, and the mayor says there are folks in Baltimore who are always looking for cheap coal. Well, John's a fool, I say, beyond irritated. I ignore the way Spencer's head whips up. Have you heard how sick Mrs. West is? The whole town is talking about it. That's what coal is doing. I can't help the spark of protective obligation I feel for that family. Spencer blinks at me. I didn't realize you and the mayor, that you didn't get along. Yeah, well, I say. We don't. Never have. I shake my head. It's a long story, one I don't want to rehash. And don't worry what the mayor's gonna say when he gets back, okay? I'll have a word with him. We'll get you a new job, we'll figure something out. I give you my word. I glance at the watermill, the wheel slowly turning. And I wonder if it's not smart to invest labor in exploring a way to divert the mountain spring toward town, in place of the wells quickly drying up. I step around a cart filled with chisels and mining tools and stop outside the mill. When Chuck's finished, have him meet me down at the stream. I have an idea. With a brusque nod, Spencer turns on his heel. Fish, come on, boy, I call, scouring the graveyard of discarded tools and ironwork. But my voice is drowned out by an earth-shaking rumble and the muffled sound of shouting from inside the mine. My heart stops in my chest, and before I know what's happening, Spencer and I sprint toward the dust billowing from the mine.
13. Lizzy. My mother's bedroom is cast in shadow, keeping the blaring sunlight at bay, even though I know she longs to be outdoors in it. At least, finally she sleeps. I watch the slow rise and fall of her chest, unable to erase the memory of disappointment on her face when she realized my father wasn't going to make it home for dinner last night. It haunts me as much as my father's utter regret when he realized he'd missed it, again. Seated dinners used to be a pivotal part of every day, but with my father rarely home and my mother's health keeping her to her room, the three of us in the same room has become a rare occasion, one I know my father will regret missing when it's too late. "Well, come in then," my mother whispers. "No sense dawdling in the doorway." I smile sheepishly and enter the bedroom. The floor protests beneath my footsteps, echoing in the silence of the house. "I didn't want to wake you," I admit, and sit on the mattress, taking care not to jostle my mother too much. The smallest shift could aggravate her breaths. "The way this house creaks, I could hear you contemplating checking in on me," my mother says wryly, and her lashes flutter open. "I didn't hear you coughing," I admit, wondering when her silence became more fearsome than her fits. "I wanted to make sure you were still breathing," she finishes for me. My mother claps her pale hand over mine and rallies a reassuring smile. "I'm feeling better today," she promises, and I think it might be true. My mother's cheeks have more color than yesterday. "A bit weary, as per usual, but a little better." A slight dip of my chin is all I can afford in reply. I refuse to let my mother see the emotions shimmering in my eyes, but it costs me my voice. "A year ago, you would have been bursting through my bedroom door, begging me for a new dress or to throw some sort of party." My mother takes a shallow breath. "Now, I can barely get you out of the doorway." "A year ago, things were much different, Mother," I remind her. "Yes," she agrees, "they were. You were going through a calamari phase I couldn't quite stand, the whole house smelling of fish. I'm just glad that's past." She smiles at me, weak as it is, and I can't help but smile back. Such memories feel so far away, they're almost too blurry to remember, and too achingly painful to try very hard to either. I clear my throat. "Perhaps it's time for some tea." I tilt my head. "And maybe a scone?" I whisper conspiratorially, but my mother shakes her head. "Not yet, darling." Her eyes flit shut again, her chest wheezing slightly. I'm about to leave my mother to rest when she squeezes my hand. "Elizabeth." After another steadying breath, she peels her eyes open once more. It seems difficult for her to stay awake in the tepid temperature of the room, but stubborn as she is, my mother peers into my eyes. Hers are glassy with sickness, but she's searching for something. Clearing her throat, she moves to sit up. "Mother, what are you—" "Help me, Lizzy," she says, her voice quivering as she struggles. I help her lean forward and prop another pillow behind her head, waiting with bated breath. She fingers the butterfly pendant resting on her chest, as she often does when she's contemplative, and her eyes fix on me, thoughtful and filled with earnest. "I want you to do something for me," she finally says. I blink. "When I'm gone." "Mother." I open my mouth to protest, but she flashes me a scolding look and shakes her head ever so slightly. "When I'm gone," she continues, "you will be the lady of the house." "Mother." Her laughter pierces the room, giving me pause. "What am I saying? You already are the lady of the house. I sigh, my shoulders falling as I prepare myself for whatever morose conversation follows. Just until Father can find a cure? I can't bring myself to lie, not even to myself, and my mother knows it. There's no more conviction in my voice, only sadness. With a sigh, she continues, "When I'm gone, your father will need looking after. He will spiral, Lizzy, and you will be alone, unless, unless, unless you find a life of your own in this town." I stare down at the quilt that separates us. "And Elizabeth," she whispers more severely this time, "I know it's more than a young woman should have to do, but you will be all your father has, and he will need you more than ever. You are strong," she forces out. "You will survive this and have a family. I know you will. But your father, I worry he will not come back from this, Lizzy." She strokes the top of my hand with her thumb. Her skin is silky against mine, delicate and thin. "He'll need your strength for a little while longer." A tear escapes my lashes. "I understand," I whisper, quickly wiping the dampness from my cheeks. "I'm not sure you do," she says. "I wasn't teasing you about marrying, Elizabeth." "Mother." "You're a vibrant, wealthy young woman. You will need protection. You will need to marry, eventually." "Yes, I know," I clip. I'm angry and sad and begin to feel more lost the longer I sit here. "I'm well aware of my circumstances," I add, and straightening, I gaze at my mother with the same stubbornness she's always exhibited. "I will do whatever is needed when the time comes." Though it is a vague promise, it's all I can give her now. "Why wait?" she says in earnest. "As much as you resent your brother's choices, he wasn't wrong, my darling. You must seize the day. Live a full life with love and family for as long as you can. You can't wait. There's nothing to wait for anymore." "I will," I tell her, though I can think of none of that as she lies there with so much resolve in her eyes. For now, however, I'm going to head into town and take Father lunch. I pull my hand from hers. "When I get back, I'll help Jenny with supper. Perhaps you will feel well enough to come down again this evening." I turn to leave, but my mother reaches for my hand once more, coughing with the abrupt movement. "Mother," I chide, reaching for a cool rag in the bowl beside her bed as I kneel down. But my disapproval sounds too desperate and reedy. "I'm all right," she rasps, but the phlegm in her throat is loose and deep in her chest, rattling in a way I've never heard. "I want to give you something," she murmurs. She reaches behind her neck for the necklace my grandmother gave her. "What are you doing?" I drop the damp cloth back into the water bowl as she fumbles with the clasp. "Here, let me help," I huff. I know her blood circulation worsens by the day and can only imagine how difficult it is to make simple movements. But with shaking arms, she finally unclasps it and lowers the necklace into her lap. The iridescent blues and golds of the butterfly's wings glint up at me. "Your grandmother gave this to me on my wedding day," she says. I knew my mother and grandmother had been very close, perhaps even more so than what my mother and I share. "You never take it off." "No, I don't. She brought it back from India when she traveled with her mother and father during his days with the East India Trading Company. They'd come to the colonies after that. Something about my grandmother's weak constitution. She didn't like the heat." Mother smiles at the memories. "Your great-grandmother was a grumpy old woman, but she was kind and strong in her own right. This necklace was all my mother had left from her childhood adventures. She'd ridden an elephant, had her first kiss, made best friends with a village boy that would forever be her pen pal. My mother studies the necklace, the way the amber in the background seems to personify the insect's beauty. It's all I have left of her, and I want to give it to you." My watery gaze is transfixed on it, knowing it's my mother's final gift to me, that she has come to terms with the fact that she isn't only dying, her time is nearly up. "Mother," I whimper. "Your grandmother loved butterflies," she says shakily, speaking over me. "They reminded her of her youth, and she would have wanted me to pass it to you. A token of the past to hand down to the future. Perhaps you can give it to your daughter one day, or perhaps to your son to give to his wife. I don't know." My mother wheezes a bit and clears her throat. "You will have those things," she says aloud, an affirmation, if nothing else. "You will grow old in this place, Lizzy. You will live a good life and be happy here. I feel it with all I have left in me." I'm hesitant to say anything at all. Agreeing with my mother would be a lie. "Promise me, Elizabeth." Her words hang between us as she waits for me, if a bit impatiently, until I finally force myself to nod. I take the necklace between my fingers. "I promise." The words are barely a breath. "I beg your pardon," my mother prompts. "I didn't quite hear you." "I promise, Mother." The words are curt as the stubbornness in my voice returns, but my mother nods with satisfaction. "Good." It's as though a weight has been lifted, and her features soften, the hardness of her eyes and determination subsiding. I stare down at the pendant in my palm, uncertain how I will get through the days between now and her final breath, and how I will ever survive the world after she's gone. "Thank you." My chin quivers, and I can't bring myself to look at her, knowing I need to be strong, and I'm failing miserably. She reaches for my hand again. "I love you, my sweet girl," she says quietly, and pulls me closer. Unable to resist, I wrap my arms around her neck and kiss her cheek. I feel her cheeks curve in a smile and her chin quiver. "I love you, Mama." I inhale as deeply as I can manage, wanting to commit the scent of my mother to memory, the beeswax in her hair, the faint lemon that clings to her. I want to remember the feel of her cheek against mine, cool and soft even in the heat. My mother squeezes me tighter. "You should go to your father," she finally says. And when I hesitate, she pushes at me. "Go now," she commands more urgently and clears her throat. "Tell him he'll be home in time for dinner tonight, if he knows what's best for him." 14. Lizzy. In and out. The moment I step outside, I steady my trembling hands and squeeze my eyes shut. In and out. My mother's coughing upstairs rings through the afternoon air, but I force myself to keep walking, to keep my breathing and apprehension in check. Beyond a doubt, I know Marion West, proud woman that she is, wishes me away from the house so Jenny can tend to her, without my mother having to act stronger than she is for my benefit. And if I'm honest with myself, my heart aches too painfully to be near her, too. I'm not sure if it's my condition or painful understanding of what's to come, but my chest tightens and I gasp to fill my lungs. In and out. I haven't a clue if my health has worsened since arriving in Sagebrush, or if the dry wind and dust only makes it seem that it is. Whatever the reason, each breath has been more of a chore than usual this morning. Stealing the basket of my father's lunch against my chest, I reach for the parasol beside the door and carefully step off the porch and walk to the street. Breathe in and out. When I'm far enough from the house, I switch my basket to the other arm, pull a vial of my mother's old tonic from my bodice, and slow my pace to take a small sip. Coneflower root settles on my tongue, a scent that clung to my father's clothes in the early stages of Henry's illness, a decidedly floral, pungent taste that tingles a bit as it lingers. Continuing to town, I pray the exercise will clear my head and distract me from the fact that I am far too close to losing what's left of my family entirely. And surprisingly, I do feel a bit better. The townspeople go about their lives as if nothing is amiss, carrying packages to and from their horse-drawn carts, mingling outside storefronts, and some of them scold their children to get out from under people's feet on the narrow sidewalks. I find town to be pleasantly diverting and continue toward the clinic. I perk up to find Fish outside my father's door, and patting him on the head, I step inside, prepared to pry my father from the depths of his work yet again. Instead, however, I'm accosted by the stench of sweat, my father's mutterings, and a man groaning. Marshall Cunningham stares down at a man grimacing on the examination table, his stance wide and his arms crossed over his broad chest. "What's happened?" I ask, discarding my basket beside the door. I hurry over as my father turns from Deputy Chuck, crumpled on the examination table. "Elizabeth," my father grumbles, his brow puckered. "I wasn't expecting you. You shouldn't be in here right now." I nod toward the basket. "I thought I would bring you lunch." But my words fade as Chuck winces, holding onto his side. His pinched features are dirty and shimmering with perspiration. "What's happened?" The deputy tries to sit upright. "Stay down, Chuck," the marshal instructs. "Stop being so damn stubborn." "I said I'm fine," Chuck grumbles back, but the marshal shakes his head. "Like hell. It's nothing too serious, just an accident," my father says calmly, leading me back toward the door. He's distracted, urgent in a way, but not because of his patient. "I must help this man, Lizzy, but I need you to do something for me. I need you to go to the Mason's farm at the east edge of town." "The one we're waiting on an order from. Yes, I know it." "Good. I need you to get that order, Lizzy. The mint, the lemons, I need them as soon as possible. When I am finished with the deputy, I have much work to do. So go quickly. Do you understand me?" I nod, but my father is already hurrying toward his desk. Frantically, he searches for something, finally returning with a scrap of paper. I glance at the marshal as he eyes us curiously. "Fetch these additional items as well," my father says. "They are for your mother. I should be finished with the deputy by the time you return." "But the East Edge, I don't know where the Mason's farm is exactly. How will I get there? I'm not sure I can walk that far without falling into a fit." "I can take Miss West," the marshal says, walking over, but his attention lingers on Chuck, still holding onto his side. "I'll make sure she gets to the Masons if you can get Chuck patched up as soon as possible." "Yes, of course, Marshal," my father says, clapping him on the shoulder. "I'll tend to him immediately. Thank you." I tuck the notepaper into the bodice of my dress, but look beyond my father at Chuck, wincing in pain. "Are you sure he'll be all right?" I ask. The memory of my brother's sweat-dampened skin and the yellow sheen to his eyes is all too real again as Chuck groans on the table, pain enlivening his eyes. "He'll be fine, Lizzy. It's nothing too serious. A few broken ribs. It could be much worse. Come back as soon as you have the items on the list." He shoos me along. "Go! Your task is more important than this." The marshal and I startle at my father's words. "Go!" my father repeats, shoving me out the door. "And thank you again, Marshal." The moment the marshal and I step outside in the sun-baked afternoon, the door slams shut behind us. The marshal glares at the door, no longer anxious, but angry as a howl emanates from inside, followed by Chuck's clipped, "God damn it!" The marshal flinches and shakes his head. "Shall we then, Miss West?" He gestures to the street. After another shout and curse from inside, I nod. "Please."
15. Brandon. A quarter hour into the cart ride to the Mason's farm, I finally gather myself enough to remember a young lady is sitting beside me. All I can think about are the men in the mine. "What happened to him?" Miss West asks. She peers up at the blue sky, holding onto her hat as a breeze picks up, dust whirling around us. "To your deputy, I mean." She glances at me, her eyes more vibrant blue than I remember them. I click the horses to a trotting pace, needing to move this impromptu outing along. There was an accident at the mine. One of the support beams fell on him. I glance behind the seat, ensuring Fish is still lounging on the flatbed. We were going to close it, but we were too late. There's a lingering silence, and I can feel Miss West's curious gaze on the side of my face. "2 other men are dead," I tell her. She shifts in her seat, her skirts brushing my knees as she faces me. "I'm sorry for your loss." Miss West's voice is so quiet, I almost can't hear her over the breeze and squeaking wagon. I've heard mining is quite dangerous. I clench my jaw. Piece of shit mayor and greedy son of a bitch are not gentlemanly things to say in front of a lady, so I curb my animosity as best I can. Yes, it is. But, Chuck, he'll be okay? I appreciate the concern crinkling her eyes. Yes, Chuck was lucky. Miss West fully faces the front and peers around the dry landscape, at the sagebrush and cacti and the sandstone that surround us. What is it your father needs at the Masons? I finally ask. More items for your mother? Holding her hat to the crown of her head, Miss West tears her gaze from the sky again. Yes, she says quietly and clears her throat. I think waiting until next Tuesday might be too late. The shadow of her bonnet makes it difficult for me to read the expression on her face, but I can hear her heart break well enough. I'm not used to all of this dust, she continues and clears her throat again. It's dry and dusty, that's true, but it isn't something she'll be able to escape out here in no man's land. You'll grow used to it eventually, I muse, watching her out of the corner of my eye. Her gaze drifts back up to the sky, once again transfixed. I search the expanse for something of note. It's blue and clear, a remarkably nice day, in fact, with only a few scattered clouds intermittently covering the sun. But between the incorrigible wind and heat, there's nothing awe-inspiring about it. Why do you keep looking up? Miss West's thumb strokes the basket handle as she loses herself in a moment of contemplation. Because it's fascinating, she finally says. Until we left the East Coast, I'd never seen the sky. I notice a small smile in her profile. You learn about it and know what it's supposed to look like. See paintings of it even, and old colorless photographs. But to see it with your own eyes is more remarkable than I realized. The brightness of the sun, the varying colors of the sky, and the changeable clouds that can be white or gray or absent altogether. She looks at me, her cheeks flushing before she averts her gaze again. It's one of the many things I'm still getting used to, I guess. The thoughtful awe in her voice strikes me. So it's true then. You've lived in darkness all your life. It's a constant gray, she corrects. A damp dreariness, if you couldn't tell. She gestures to the fair skin of her face. I think it improper to reply, but I like the way she looks, soft, sweet. And what about you, Marshall? What about me? I don't mean to be rude, but you seem younger than most lawmen I've encountered. She turns away and clears her throat again, this time covering her mouth with the crook of her arm as primly as she can manage. She pauses a moment, as if she's catching her breath, then swallows. I can't help but watch her closely, beyond intrigued by her. You know many lawmen, then, Miss West. Baltimore fascinates me more and more. She blushes again, a comely hue on pale cheeks that gratifies me. Well, no, I don't know many lawmen, but I do wonder, how exactly does one decide being a marshal is their life's work, and at such an age? I don't like thinking about the past much. Painful memories lurk there, and it's a part of my life I've always been happy to leave behind. But I know Miss West means no harm. My father was shot a couple years ago, I explain. She gasps, and mortification lights her eyes. I didn't realize. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry. Don't worry yourself, Miss West. Just because this town knows everything about everyone doesn't mean I expect you to. I glance at her, appreciating the deepening pink on her cheeks, before I continue. A traveler came in on the train. No one knew at the time he was a wanted man, and he spent his days in the saloon, hiding. He'd had too much to drink one night and caused some trouble. When the saloon owner sent for my father, the marshal at the time, it didn't end well. I glance at Miss West, feeling a flutter of something in my chest, when I find her eyes gleaming with softness, but as I realize it's sympathy, I look away. The stranger shot my father in the chest. I finish briskly. 2 other bystanders died that day as well. The leather reins are suddenly heavy in my hands as I remember my father's lifeless body in my arms. The only person in my life who ever cared for me was gone in a single moment. That's terrible. I grip the reins tighter, and sparing Miss West the awkwardness of asking more questions, I continue. I was one of my father's deputies then, by default more than anything, and when the shooter disappeared, Chuck and Gus helped me track him down when the mayor wouldn't. Mayor Hillman wouldn't help? Miss West sounds surprised, but I can't fault her for that. He said he couldn't afford the resources it would take. But you and your friends did find your father's murderer. I nod. It took us a week, but we found him squatting in the caves between us and Tucson. We brought him back so he would pay for what he'd done. A week later, the mayor showed up at my doorstep, a letter of gratitude in his hand, and he shoved the marshal badge at me, didn't utter a single word, then rode away. I veer the cart down the tree-lined drive to the Masons' farmhouse. What did you do to the shooter? I look at Miss West, my gaze drifting to her mouth as she worries her pink bottom lip. What do you think I did? I ask, curious what presumption she has about me. I pull the cart to a halt, both of us lurching forward. She swallows. Did you shoot him? I think she might be offended if I say yes, and even more offended if I tell her how badly I wanted to. No, I admit. The man stood trial the following week and was sentenced to death by hanging. To my astonishment, she frowns. You don't agree with his punishment. Miss West straightens in her seat, drawing her basket closer to her. The horse paws at the ground impatiently. I'm not sure. I guess hanging seems a bit barbaric these days is all. In a spike of indignation, I study her, curious what she would find more fitting if someone murdered Dr. West. What would you have preferred, Miss West? Shooting him in the head? Drawing and quartering him? The guillotine, perhaps? She averts her gaze and tucks a wild strand of blonde hair behind her ear. Please, I'm interested. What would they have done in the city? Let him rot in jail, most likely, she says easily. I smirk. I would never have let it come to that. Yes, well, we are a small town with only 2 jail cells and very limited resources. Feeding and housing criminals isn't something we can afford out here. I stand up in the cart, about to jump down, when the front door of the farmhouse opens, and May Mason steps onto the wraparound porch. Fish leaps from the flatbed and runs to her, his tail thrashing excitedly. Afternoon, Marshal, she says, wiping her hands off on her apron. May's formality is unnecessary, but I say nothing as she pats Fish on the top of the head and scratches the underside of his neck. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? I tip the brim of my hat to her and climb out of the cart, spurs clanking as my boots hit the ground. Just a friendly call. I've known you all your life, Brandon Cunningham, and you've never stopped in for a spot of tea, she says wryly. It's my fault, actually, Miss West says, clearing her throat. I make my way around the cart to help her down. May rests her fists on her hips. And who might you be, my dear? Miss West coughs into the crook of her arm again, so I answer for her. This is the new doc's daughter, Miss West, the young woman Chuck placed an order with Teddy for earlier this week. We were hoping it might be ready and we could collect. Taking her hand in mine, I study Miss West as she lowers herself to the mounting step. Are you all right? I ask, realizing she's trembling a little. Suddenly, the pink in her cheeks disarms me differently than before. You look a bit flushed. She waves my question away but doesn't answer, as if she's afraid to. Miss West? Her fingers squeeze mine as she steps onto the ground. They are warm and delicate, and I grip them tighter. Thank you, she says quietly, and when her blue gaze meets mine again, sparkling in the sunlight, I expect her to pull her hand away. I didn't mean to offend you, she says a bit breathily. What I said before. No harm done, Miss West. Thoughts of my father are long gone as I study the strange look on her face. But instead of letting go, Miss West's fingers linger, her eyes shifting over me, and I think she might say something more, so I wait. Loose strands of her hair catch the breeze, whipping in the air between us. It's what she doesn't say that intrigues me despite myself. The wind chimes tinkle behind me, and finally Miss West removes her hand from mine. Her fingers grip the butterfly necklace around her neck, and I can't help but notice her chest heaves a little. May clears her throat from the porch, and we both turn to her. She's a slender, short woman with a gray chignon atop her head, and dull gray eyes that hold a lifetime of memories in their depths. Now that that's out of the way, she mutters, it's nice to meet you, Miss West. Please, she says with a small smile, call me Elizabeth. And it's very nice to meet you, Mrs. Mason. I've been curious about your farm since we arrived. Miss West peers up at the white farmhouse, happily situated on the crest of a hill, and then down at the corn and wheat fields that line the hillside as far as the eye can see. It's beautiful here, she says in awe. I've never seen anything like it. May chuckles at that. Thank you, child. It's a lot of work, but it's all I've ever known. She glances at me. You've missed Teddy by an hour. Can you remind me of your order? She looks between us. Miss West pulls the folded list her father gave her from her bodice and hands it to our host, only to have it nearly torn from May's fingers in a gust of wind. I can pay for the items, of course, Miss West clarifies. May eyes the list and then the doctor's daughter with a curious expression. Ingredients for a tincture, it would seem. Miss West seems to blush at that, though I'm not sure why. Yes, they are. The two women smile at one another, though May's gaze seems far away. Follow me, Elizabeth. We'll get your father what he needs. It's a relief to know we have a doctor in this town again. What happened to the last doctor? Miss West asks as she follows May to the garden. Fish and I trail behind them. The mayor said he lived in our house, but he left so many of his things behind. Took off like many of the others, I assume, May says over her shoulder. I heard he headed to California for the gold and to get away from this heat. Dr. Driscoll was one of the first to know about our dwindling supply of water, since I'd needed his counsel. So he knew what was likely in store for Sagebrush. Drought. Famine. Even with the horrendous rainstorms we've heard about, the West Coast was more inviting to him. Dr. Driscoll and his family were gone within a week. But isn't it always hot here? Miss West asks, patting her skirt down in the wind. No, May says. At least it wasn't when I first came here 2 decades ago. The summer didn't start as early as it has these past few years either. And on top of the lack of rain, Miss West stalls and looks over her shoulder at me. Lack of rain? I ignore the floral scent that wafts off her in the breeze. We didn't have much of a rainy season last year, but don't worry yourself, Miss West. By June or so, we'll get some of it from the coast. We just have to hold out until then. I peer out at the stone mountains, praying I'm right. So, May starts. Who is the ginger root and lemon remedy for, Elizabeth? If you don't mind me asking. Do you have an ailing sibling? Miss West clears her throat. My brother is already gone, she says with forced resolve. Her words alone surprise me, but by the way her shoulders straighten, I fear the loss of him is still fresh. This tincture is for my mother. May stops in front of the fence surrounding her citrus garden and studies the young woman. For your mother? Miss West dips her chin ever so slightly. I'm not certain why the truth affects me the way it does. I've seen her mother's illness with my own eyes, but to learn of her brother makes the hand she's been dealt even more cruel. "How ill is she, Elizabeth?" May inquires. There's an affectionate maternal tone that seems to stir something in Miss West, because it takes her a moment to respond. "Very, I'm afraid." May nods to herself with a sigh. "I'm sorry to hear that, child. If your father needs anything else, please let me know." Miss West's small smile is one of gratitude and forced composure, but she bows her head. "Thank you very much." As if neither of them can stand the tenuous moment any longer, May unlatches the gate and steps inside the garden. After a few more steps, she stops at a lemon tree, its leaves bright green and full as she searches within the foliage. We wait outside, and I'm blaringly aware of Miss West waiting quietly beside me, too quietly. Her shoulders rise and fall quickly as her chest heaves. I glance at her, trying not to stare, but needing to make sure she's okay. All I can see through her fluttering veil of hair is her worrying her bottom lip as if she's trying and failing to hold herself together. Speaking so openly about her family is clearly difficult for her. My hands fist at my sides, uncertain what to do. It's obvious the last thing she wants is to speak more about it, so I force myself to look away from her. Miss West clears her throat and walks into the garden, offering May her basket. In spite of the warm afternoon, the breeze washes over me, followed by a sudden chill, and I glance up at the sun, clouded by orange and gray. The wind is more violent than usual, and I'm about to suggest we step inside when Miss West's bonnet blows off her head. "Oh!" She whirls around to catch it, but freezes, her mouth open as her eyes round with alarm. I spin on my heel, and the instant I see the sky beyond the sandstone is thick with a monstrous orange haze, my heart shudders and hammers to a halt. "Get inside," I tell them, unable to look away from the approaching storm, thick and whirling in our direction. Every part of me coils with fear. "Is it a rainstorm?" Miss West asks over the wind. I can't look away from it. "Sand," I breathe. A thick and angry tempest of it. "Take fish, get inside and shut all the windows," I command, and hurry to the horse and cart. "Now!" 16. Brandon. I don't have time to answer any of their shrieked questions. Knowing the sandstorm will be on top of us in a matter of minutes, I run for the horse at the front of the house, grab onto its bridle, and rush down the hill toward the barn. The storm draws dangerously close, and the horse doesn't need any encouragement to run deeper into the barn as I shut it inside, cart and all, as I struggle to latch the door against the wind. Sheep bay in the pasture, but there's no time to do anything about it. The moment my eyes and face begin to sting, I know the storm has arrived, a gritty, suffocating cloud, and it feels as if my skin might tear from my body the longer I remain outside. I sprint toward the house, every muscle and tendon braced and ready to rip the side door open, when it flings wide on its own. May ushers me inside, her gray hair whipping around us. Safely inside the kitchen, it's all I can do to breathe as May struggles to shut the door behind me. Bending over, I pull in a lungful of sandless air, gasping for breath. I shake the sand from my hair and wipe it from my face as the wind howls around us, the house shuddering down to the foundation. Still catching my breath, I crouch beside Fish, cowering under the table, and murmur what reassurances I can muster. The sound of breaking glass pierces the air as the kitchen window shatters, and sand and wind whip through the room, accosting all of us. "Board up the windows!" I shout. There's another shatter farther in the house, and when I look at May, her eyes are wide with a different sort of fear. She points to Miss West, gripping the doorway with one hand and clawing at her chest with the other as she gasps for air. My racing heartbeat stills. "Elizabeth!" I rush over, pulling her to a dining room chair to sit, but she shakes her head. "Here, drink some water," May calls over the wind, shoving a copper cup toward her. Sand stings a little as it comes through the window, but I try to ignore it, my focus on Miss West, whose coughing is too violent to hold the cup, especially as the wind whips around the room. "Lemon," Miss West wheezes, her eyes darting to the forgotten fruit on the floor. Her coughing persists, a dry, scratching sound that makes the hair rise on the back of my arms. May doesn't hesitate. She cuts into a lemon and squeezes the juice into some water for Miss West to drink. "We must get her out of the wind," I shout, knowing it's not helping any of us. May hurries toward a cellar door, heaving it open. I lift Miss West into my arms and carry her down the dark stairway, unsteadily feeling for the steps beneath my feet. As the wind and noise dissipate, I can think more clearly, and I follow as Fish leads the way, trusting his senses far more than my jumbled ones. "Careful on the last step," May calls from above. "I'll light a candle at the bottom." I'm not sure how I find my way as I move further inside into the musty dimness my eyes slowly adjust to. I set Miss West down on top of a stack of grain sacks, prepared to give her breathing space, when she grips onto my vest more tightly. "It's all right, miss," I murmur as she heaves against me. Her wind-blown hair clings to the scruff on my face, and I smooth it down. May comes up behind me with the flickering light of a candle, and when I look back at Miss West, I recognize a familiar, feral sort of fear. It tears at the darkest, most repressed parts of me, and I hear a hysterical laugh in the back of my mind for the first time in years as the fire and flames come back to haunt me. "It's all right," I repeat, because it's all I can manage as my throat constricts and my chest aches, too full of memories to say more. "Here," May hands me a damp cloth. I wipe Miss West's forehead and temple where sweat accumulates, but she grabs hold of my hand and guides it down to her chest. Her eyes flit shut as the cool cloth rests against her breastbone, but it doesn't help for long. She pulls at the bodice of her dress, flustered and wheezing, as she tries to loosen it in her panic. "It's too tight," I realize out loud, and tear at the cross strings, ripping away the pins and ribbons holding everything in place, until enough of the bodice has fallen away and Miss West can finally take a semblance of a full breath. Her eyes shut, and though her coughing seems instantly better, she still pants for air. "I left the lemon water upstairs," May says, covering her mouth in horror. "I'll get it." Miss West's hand tightens around mine before I can pull away. She shakes her head. "I'm okay." I don't think that's true, but I stand with her, measuring each labored breath as she slowly loosens her grip on me. Wind and sand pelts the side of the house for what feels like an eternity, before Miss West's lips are no longer purple, and her eyes flutter open. She seems to lose herself to the rhythm of each breath, and finally, I allow myself to breathe too. I remove myself from her side and sit down on one of the creaky steps. May and I wait anxiously, and though I'm afraid to speak, I feel as if I might burst if I don't. "I don't understand," I mutter, running my fingers through my hair. Sand sticks beneath my fingernails, and I have no idea where my hat has gone. "I was gone for only a few minutes. What happened?" May tears her attention from Miss West and steps closer. Her expression is sad, even in the shadows, as she rests her hand on my shoulder. "The girl is sick," she whispers, and glances at Miss West. My body still trembles with adrenaline, and my mind is too cluttered to fully comprehend what May is saying. "What?" I shake my head, glancing from the old woman to Miss West again. Her palm is flat on her chest as she practices controlled breathing, oblivious to my confusion. She pulls a tincture from her bodice, uncorks it with a shaky hand, and takes a sip. Icy understanding fills every inch of me. Black lung. Miss West's throat clearing and the dust, the resolution she seems to have when speaking about her brother and her mother. Elizabeth is ailing too, perhaps even dying. 17. Brandon. After an hour has passed, the house still shudders against the howling wind. I lean against the stone wall in the farthest corner of the cellar, with Miss West sleeping a few feet from me. May repositions herself in a rickety chair in the adjacent corner, her eyes closed as she pulls a quilt closer around her neck. I'm not convinced the old woman is sleeping, though, even if she might wish it. Not with her house and her farm being decimated above. She must be devastated. I can still recall Mr. Mason building this place from the ground up when I was only a child. Fish huffs an audible sigh at May's feet and stretches out on the cool ground. We're lucky to be here, I think, knowing not everyone in Sagebrush will come out of this storm unscathed. Dust twisters are one thing, but stinging sand that can eat the flesh from your face is not something Sagebrush has experienced before. I can only hope for the town's sake that people were quick and smart enough to hunker down indoors and have the patience to wait it out. I stare blankly at a cord of firewood lining the wall to my right, then at the shelves stocked with jars of preserves and pickled produce across from me. Muted orange light filters down between the floorboards from the storm-ravaged rooms above, illuminating the sand that seeps through it. But we are safe, trapped in a tornado of dust and debris, but safe. Miss West stirs in her sleep, and my gaze gravitates to her as usual. I find it difficult to believe that she escaped the gray grimness only to end up in the middle of a storm like this. Though I'm glad that she's in here, safe, where May and I can keep an eye on her. I lean over and pull her blanket up higher around her shoulders, careful not to wake her. There's no escaping the shift, I realize. To the east or to the west, it doesn't matter where anyone goes. Nothing is the same. It never will be again. And I know this sandstorm will not be our last. A small sigh escapes Miss West's lips as her eyes open in sudden alarm, a shimmering pale blue in the diffused light. "You're safe," I whisper. Her eyes shift around the cellar as she regains her bearings, then settle on me. "How are you feeling?" I whisper, uncertain what else I can do to ease her discomfort. I hate the feeling of helplessness, and yet I can feel it creeping over me even now. Miss West blinks at me with heavy eyelids. "Better, thank you." She offers me a small, abashed smile. "The cool air helps a little, I think." She swallows thickly. "I'm sorry if I frightened you." Terrified is more like it, but I don't correct her. "Is there something I can get you?" It's the 10th time I've asked her since we closed ourselves down here, so I already know what she will say, but I ask it again despite myself. Her mouth quirks up in the corner, and I notice a slight dimple in her cheek. "If there is, are you going to run upstairs and get it for me, Marshall?" she asks ruefully. "I would," I answer without hesitation, because I never want to see that fear in her eyes again. I know that fear. I hate that fear. Miss West thought she was going to die, and I can't bear to relive it. "Really, Miss West, if you need something—" "Please," she says with amusement. "Call me Elizabeth. It seems only fitting after all this, don't you think?" I swallow, taking in the sincere crinkle around her eyes. I tell myself it's not a fondness I see in her expression so much as gratitude, given all we've been through in the past few hours. I nod. "As you wish." "And may I call you Brandon?" "Of course." As delicately as ever, Elizabeth dips her chin. "Then it's agreed. We are officially friends." Though I know she wants to lighten the moment, I can't bring myself to smile or shrug aside what I know might happen again at any moment. Elizabeth's easiness fades a little.
I really am sorry I frightened you. This is the first time I've been sick like that since I arrived. As bad as it's ever been, actually.
She pulls the moth-eaten quilt up around her shoulders, as if overtaken by a sudden chill. The tincture, I start, wondering what state she might be in now without it. Do you take it often? Elizabeth glances at May in the chair to my right.
No, only a couple times.
She lifts her shoulder, shaking her head as if she's uncertain how to explain.
I felt it worsening for a while,
she admits, her voice barely audible over the wind.
It's why I've been carrying the vial with me.
Felt it coming? She nods.
It's alive in my lungs all the time. At least, that's how it feels. It sits just beneath the surface, waiting for me to take one false step so that it can overwhelm me.
My jaw works as I imagine every calculated breath and step Elizabeth must take each day. You are sick, and yet your father is so focused on your mother.
She is dying,
Elizabeth says easily.
She is in need of—
And you're not? I grit out. My tone is harsher than I intend, and Elizabeth's eyes widen slightly before my words seem to settle, lessening the lines furrowing her brow. She looks at me, really studies my face, but I don't think it's resentment I see in her forming frown, not like the resentment I feel toward her father in this moment.
Yes,
she finally whispers. Her gaze traces the hard lines of my face, bringing a sympathetic smile to her lips, and I bristle.
I will die. One day and sooner than I would like, but it's progressing differently in me than it is with my mother.
Her words are spoken too easily, and her resolve cuts like a knife. Do you know why? I ask. Was she exposed to something different than you were? Does that mean you can be cured? Elizabeth shakes her head, but I can't tell if it's because there's no hope or if she's uncertain.
My mother grew sick in adulthood, but my brother Henry and I, everyone born in the city after the last big boom in the 50s, has it. At least that's what my father and his colleagues think. He believes it's in our genes now, mutations and frailties carried down from the last generation. They call us the generation of grays.
Her eyes are glassy when she looks at me again, but I haven't learned the changes and colors of her eyes, the subtle shifts of her expression well enough yet to tell if it's emotion I see or utter exhaustion.
So, she continues, I'm not sure anyone can ever be rid of it, but there are ways to ease it and perhaps delay the disease's effects, and that is what my father truly searches for.
She rests her head against the stone wall, and we sit in silence a few drawn-out moments, thoughtful, companionable even. I try to imagine someone I care about giving in to the sickness, accepting it, and having to watch them wilt and die before my eyes, as Elizabeth's brother did. I think about her lack of urgency and the fear in her voice that makes my fingers cut into my palms as if to stop me from shaking her.
It progresses differently with everyone, she explains. Henry was ill for many years and gave up early on. He stopped trying and only lived to indulge himself, which made it worse.
She swallows and runs her fingers over the frayed hem of the quilt.
He died in front of me, and if my father can find a way to prevent me from having to watch my mother suffer the same fate, I can't fault him for it, even if it means I rarely get to see him.
Elizabeth's gaze refocuses and she looks at me.
So yes, perhaps my father would be able to help me more than he could my mother at this point, but I would never forgive myself if I somehow prevented him from trying. Besides, she continues, whatever he finds for her will likely help me in the end, too.
The knots in my stomach tighten hearing her resolve.
It's strange that you know so little about black lung out here, Elizabeth says. I see the way everyone looks at me. They think my family is contagious.
She smiles to herself, though I don't think any of it is the slightest bit funny.
It's all so normal back home,
she continues. She speaks softly and slowly, so not to disrupt her breathing.
My father,
she starts again.
He hasn't been affected.
My gaze shoots to hers.
He thinks it might be the genetic composition of his blood, or perhaps a predisposition he and others like him have and don't know about yet.
That her father remains healthy kindles a spark of hope, because he's a knowledgeable, capable man, and his efforts cannot be for nothing. Dr. West is renowned for his discoveries in recent years, yes? And you are his daughter. He will find a remedy. I nod with certainty because he has to. Elizabeth's gaze shifts from some random place across the cellar to me, and her eyes trail the outline of my face.
He believes that too. It's why he shuts himself away to work.
Her eyebrows draw together, her eyes almost yellow in the dying orange hue of the afternoon.
But if he's chasing rainbows he never finds,
she prompts. I look at Elizabeth, seeing the exhaustion shadowing her eyes, not only from today, but also from months or years of worrying and waiting. Do you resent him? I ask, realizing all the time he's locked away, he is not spending time with her or her mother. Elizabeth's eyes flutter closed, and slowly she shakes her head.
I am sad for him,
she whispers.
And I am frightened.
I feel it in my heart then, the snip of bravado and strength, the untethering of determination and hope. I run my hands over my knee as I try to breathe out the injustice of it all. Elizabeth is too young to have to worry about death and dying, to have her brother's and mother's deaths on her conscience, even if her mother's fate still looms precariously in the balance. Afraid of dying, I finally manage. She fingers the butterfly pendant hanging around her neck, as if it's a worry stone that might prevent the future, or perhaps undo the past.
I do fear what I know will come, but that's not what I meant.
A part of me resists reaching for her hand, needing to feel the warm blood still beating through her.
My mother worries I will lose my father to his grief once she's gone, or perhaps to madness, and then I will lose his protection. But I worry that no matter what I do, my father is already gone.
I stare at my hands draped over my bent knees and clench them into fists as I realize how useless they are. I helped my father rebuild our home after the fire. I helped the townspeople repair their shops. I'd been able to fix the water wheel at the mill last year after one of the pistons rusted off. But this, I don't know how to fix it.
She made me promise to marry,
Elizabeth whispers, and drops the pendant against her chest, her hands falling back into her lap as if she feels as helpless as I do.
I see in her eyes how worried she is to leave me alone. But after today, I'm not sure there's much time left for that.
You are not alone here, Elizabeth, I say earnestly. If something happens,
when?
She corrects. If something happens, I say more sternly, and you worry for your safety or livelihood, I will make sure you are taken care of. I don't know where these words come from, but as they fall from my lips, I've never meant anything more in my life. We may only be recently acquainted, I say before she can refuse, but you have my word. Her cheeks flush a crimson I want to stroke my thumb across, to feel the softness of her skin again.
You really mean that?
She whispers, and it's not a question, but a realization. one that hits us both at once. Yes, I say, even as the weight of such words settles over me. I clear my throat. I am the marshal, after all, I add more gruffly. I will make sure you're protected and looked after. But instead of a promise, it sounds more like a duty, and I wish I could take the words back. Elizabeth blinks, her mouth curving in a barely there smile, and she looks away.
Thank you, Marshal.
The shift between us doesn't escape me, and whatever warmth I'd felt turns cold and stilted in our sudden silence. We should rest while we can, I say, leaning up against the stack of grain, giving her as much space as I can in the small space. The cellar is chilly, but my head is swimming, and I need time to think without big blue eyes assessing me. I'll be just here if you need anything. I rest my arm over my eyes to try to sleep before Elizabeth can say another word.
18. Lizzy. Moments pass as I watch Brandon's chest rise and fall, perhaps over an hour, as I'm lost in a maelstrom different from the one raging above us. I watch him so long, his breathing evens out as he dozes. Brandon's concern for me is real. I could hear it in his voice, see it written clearly on his face, and it's been illuminated in the burnt umber of his eyes since I've been able to catch my breath. But given the circumstance we are in, his worry is a protectiveness any good-hearted marshal would have, isn't it? I tell myself it doesn't matter either way. I can speculate the meaning of his words all I want, but the end result remains the same. I am sick. I know what awaits me in the months to come, and I am not the marshal's burden to bear. Shutting my eyes, I will myself to focus on the thrum of my heart, clinging to the sound as I lose myself in its rhythm so I don't have to think about the horror that might be awaiting me at home. I can only pray my mother is all right. I worry less about my father, likely safe in the clinic, surrounded by stone and protected by the larger buildings around it. But would Jenny know what to do? Does this sort of thing happen often in Sagebrush? Is Jenny even still at the house? As my heartbeat surges, I swallow the fear back down. Instead, I focus on the cool cellar air and the way it soothes my throat and welcomes the goosebumps that prickle down my neck. Something thumps against the side of the house, and I jump. Though Brandon doesn't stir, Mrs. Mason grumbles in her chair. She clears her throat and slowly peels her eyes open. When her sleepy gaze meets mine, I offer her an awkward smile. I think it's been a few hours now. Hopefully it will die down soon, I say. Mrs. Mason shakes her head. I can't believe it's still roaring like a hellion out there. She rises to her feet and drapes her blanket over the back of her chair. Cracking her back, the older woman fumbles her way over to a dark corner of the cellar. The sun set a while ago, and a dark gray I'm all too familiar with has settled over us. Eventually, Mrs. Mason's face begins to glow as a candle flickers to life. She walks over to me slowly, so as not to waft out the flame, and she hands the candlestick down to me. How are you feeling, Elizabeth? She murmurs as she reaches for a jar of dry beans. I'll be all right, I tell her. I think the wind and my panic got the better of me. Mrs. Mason struggles to open the lid of the jar, but when she finally prevails, she takes the candle from me and nestles it into the beans. What happened earlier was quite an ordeal. Does that happen often? Her eyebrow quirks slightly. No, I admit, though I know it's a sign of more to come. I'm sorry I worried you. I've been around a while, child. Although I was frightened for you, I knew you would pull through. The marshal, however, I'm sure I haven't seen him that affected since his father passed. I look at him beside me, his chest still rising and falling as he sleeps against a stack of grain sacks, his arm covering his eyes. He is a kind man, I say, recalling the tremble in his voice as he reassured me I would be okay. Yes, he is, despite it all, though he keeps to himself mostly. I was surprised to see him drive up this afternoon. He rarely comes to call on anyone, unless it's marshal business. Despite it all? Since his father's murder, you mean? Mrs. Mason shakes her head and lowers herself down to the space beside me with a grunt. Brandon's family was not a happy one, Elizabeth. It's no secret his mother was not well. She whispers as best she can so the marshal won't hear her. She was a violent woman. I dare say she tried to kill him once. That I know for sure, anyway. My hand flies to my mouth. She what? I glance at him, hardly able to believe it. What did she do to him? I whisper. It's improper to ask, but I can't help my utter shock. To imagine Brandon's own mother hurting him in any sense tightens my chest in a different way. Mrs. Mason doesn't hesitate so much as consider her words before answering. There were rumors Mrs. Cunningham mistreated him. People saw how she was with him in town, short and abrasive. But what happened behind doors was speculation. Until she, well, her voice is so low I almost can't hear it above the wind. She tried to burn him alive. The backs of my eyes burn with sadness, and I swallow a choked sob. It's not possible, I breathe, unable to look away from Mrs. Mason. I wait for her to tell me I've misheard her, but she only shakes her head in disbelief. Mrs. Cunningham was a drunk, she continues, folding her hands in her lap. She was a very unhappy woman, and though Stuart, the marshal's father, tried to protect Brandon from her the best he could, especially when she was in one of her rages, he wasn't always around when the boy needed him. But burning him alive? I practically seethe. He was about 13 years old then. His father was able to rescue him in time, though Stuart was scarred badly in the process. I took Brandon in for a few weeks while his father's burns healed and he dealt with his dead wife. Everything was different after that. They rebuilt the house together, which was a godsend, really. And when the marshal was back on the job, Brandon never left his side. They did everything together. I clear my throat to fight back the tears. I was saddened to learn about his father's murder, but I never expected him to have more ghosts than I do. I believe Brandon felt indebted to his father ever since he saved him from that fire. Mrs. Mason's gaze is distant a moment as she loses herself in thought. The boy didn't cry once when his mother died, she muses. I can't say that I blame him in the slightest. Had it ended her way, they'd both be dead. Mrs. Mason shakes her head again. Stories like that remind me how lucky I am. I still have the ranch and Teddy. Her voice clips and she squeezes her eyes shut. I just hope he's all right, wherever he is. I reach for Mrs. Mason's hand. I owe my life to her. The marshal will see that things turn out all right, I tell her. I don't know him as well as you, but I've seen that much about him. He'll do what he can to find Teddy. You'll see. Mrs. Mason squeezes my hand back and offers me a small smile. Another loud thump emanates from the side of the house, punctuating the storm, and we both cringe. After a few moments of anxious stewing, Mrs. Mason wipes a stray, silent tear from her cheek. It's times like these that I miss my Ned, she says longingly. This farm is my life. It's what I have left of him. And now, Mrs. Mason smiles to herself. Actually, I would happily give it all up if Teddy could find himself a good woman. And the marshal, too, for that matter. They deserve the happiness I had with my Ned. They deserve to have good memories, like I have. The affection in Mrs. Mason's gray eyes makes me smile. Does Teddy have a special someone? The old woman grins. A nice girl from town, though I'm not certain he knows it. She chuckles softly. She runs the bookstore. Oh, I haven't been there yet. She's delightful, a hard worker. She visits the farm more often than she needs to for her father, who runs the bakery. Teddy's too thick-skulled to notice her attentions, though. Mrs. Mason's voice is laced with an affectionate annoyance only mothers can have. The marshal is very much the same. I've rarely seen him look at a woman, let alone court one. I fear the idea of family petrifies him after what he's been through. She looks at me questioningly. Until the way I saw him look at you, that is. There's a curiosity in his eyes now, an intrigue, as well as concern, of course. I swallow thickly. Oh, not to worry, miss. She pats my hand. That's a good thing. I pick at the hem of the blanket again. He's been kind to me, to be sure, but I don't think— You don't need to think, Mrs. Mason counters. Love and affection isn't about thinking, it's about feeling. And if he can look at you with so much fear and concern, that's a lot more than kindness. The silence is uncomfortable and expectant between us. If what you say is true, Mrs. Mason, I hope it fades. The words taste wrong on my tongue, like a bitter lie, but I know I must say them. In my state, I'm a poor match for any man. Unfortunately, Miss West, you cannot control matters of the heart. My eyes meet hers, no matter how much you wish it. She purses her lips, her gaze lingering a few moments more, then, with creaking bones, she rises to her feet. Now get some sleep. Lord knows it's the only way I'll get through this horrible night.
19. Brandon. My dreams are a discord of howling winds and shadows from my past. I can feel the cold seeping slowly into my bones, but I'm too exhausted to care as sleep nudges me deeper into darkness. But somewhere between wakefulness and sleep, the chill in the air begins to warm. Softness and heat envelop me. Lemon and honeysuckle fill my senses, and the weight of fabric presses against my legs. Forcing my eyes open, I find a crown of blonde hair resting against my shoulder and Elizabeth's body trembling against me. I wrap my arm around her and pull her quilt tighter around us as she nestles closer to me in her sleep. It feels like I'm drowning in heat, and as my eyelids grow too heavy once more, I let sleep steal over me, and the sound of a soft sigh carries me into a contented darkness.
20. Lizzy. Thumping in the distance stirs me from a deep sleep. The heat I'm cocooned in threatens to pull me back under, but another thump forces my eyes open. It takes a moment to recall where I am. The room is gray, the air a bit musty, and sunlight filters in through slits in the ceiling. Save for the sound of soft exhales beside me, everything is quiet. Arms, strong and warm, tighten around me, and when I lift my head, I'm met with a strong chin covered in scruff. My eyes widen. Only vaguely do I recall the cold in the night and shuddering in a sleepy haze before I'd found Brandon's warmth. Slowly, I extricate myself from his arms, trying not to jostle him as I regain my senses. My throat is dry, my mind suddenly racing, and when I look at the Marshal again, his eyes are open as he watches me. I freeze, the urge to apologize for such a presumptuous and inappropriate move in the middle of the night making my mind race. And yet, his eyes hold mine, stilling my tongue as his thoughts brew behind shadows. I want to know what he's thinking. Thunk, thunk, thunk. I startle. There's a slight creak above us, and I peer up at the wood-slatted floor. Marshal! A deep voice rumbles down the hall, causing Mrs. Mason to stir awake. Fish jolts to the door, whining and wagging his tail anxiously as Brandon jumps to his feet. Down here, Cody. I have Mrs. Mason and Miss West with me. Brandon scrubs the sleep from his face. Fish barks twice for good measure, and the urgency of our situation comes rushing back to me tenfold. There's more murmuring and rustling above as Brandon helps me to my feet, then assists Mrs. Mason from her chair. Thank goodness it's over, she mutters. That was one of the longest nights of my life. She smooths out her rumpled skirt and apron. Like Fish, I hurry up the cellar steps. I need to get back to town, to my family. The door opens as I reach the top, and a man with a deputy's badge stands in the doorway. He tips his wide-brimmed hat and offers me his hand as Fish rushes past us, nearly knocking him over. You must be Miss West, he says, the scent of fresh air clinging to him. Yes, I say anxiously. His hand is rough as he helps me over a mound of broken glass in front of the doorway and out into the hall. Thank you, Deputy. Sand still floats in the air and covers every exposed surface in the house. Everything is bathed in a reddish haze. Brandon and Mrs. Mason make their way up the stairs, but my eyes are fixed on the mess that surrounds me. The whirlwind that hounded us in the night has left the entire place in shambles. I walk through the dark hallway and into the living room. The walls are dented, and the drapes are tattered and torn. Chairs are overturned, windows are broken. Even Mrs. Mason's family portraits are strewn about the house, some of the images discolored and warped from water vases fallen over and the dampness of the morning. "It's not pretty, Mrs. Mason," Cody warns as he helps her into the living room. She gasps, grabbing hold of my arm as if to steady herself as she takes in the devastation. Everything that makes her house a home is ruined. "Don't you worry, May," Cody says. "We'll get this cleaned up for you, I promise." She shakes her head, and as if she suddenly remembers herself, Mrs. Mason turns to Cody and another man lumbering in from the kitchen. "And Teddy?" she asks hesitantly. "I couldn't bear it if—" "Teddy's fine, Mrs. Mason," the other man says. He doesn't look like a deputy, more like a farmer. He's stout with broad shoulders, but his smile is reassuring. "He holed up with the postmaster during the storm. He knew the marshal was here, and, well, we left him with Miss Maybelline and her father. They didn't fare so well." "I'm sorry to hear it." She pats the man's arm. "Thank you, Vic." Squeezing her eyes shut, Mrs. Mason nearly falls into an overturned chair that Vic rights for her just in time. "But, Marshal," Cody says, his voice severe, "the town's in bad shape. It's still standing, but barely. The men left in the mine are trapped, and there are some folks we haven't found yet. There are repairs to be made, and the horses—" "All right, we'll get to it," Brandon says, and despite it being early morning, he already sounds exhausted. Brandon looks at Mrs. Mason. "Why don't you head to town with us, at least until Teddy can come back with you? I don't want you staying here alone, May." "I won't leave," Mrs. Mason says, adamant. "Someone has to clean this up. Don't you worry about me." "I'll return," I tell her. "Once I've checked on my mother and father, I'll come help you as well." Brandon nods in appreciation. "We all will." Mrs. Mason waves our declarations away. "Go, find the missing, tend to the injured in the town. I will be fine here." Brandon cuffs his sleeve as the heat of the room settles around us. "I'll send Teddy home as soon as I can. I'm sure he's anxious to lay his eyes on you." She wraps her arms around Brandon, squeezing him tightly against her. "I'm happy you are here, both of you." Brandon hugs Mrs. Mason back, a bit awkwardly, but with a heavy exhale, as if he shares her relief, then pulls away. "Take care of yourself, May." "Oh, I'll be fine." She blows out a breath. "I've been around for years. It's this one you need to look out for," she says, glancing at me. "You take care of her, Brandon." His eyes meet mine, linger a moment, then he looks at Mrs. Mason. "I'll be out to check on you soon. Don't move anything too strenuous, you understand me?" His voice holds as much warning as it does concern, and Mrs. Mason agrees. Brandon turns to the men. "Cody, get the horse and cart from the barn and take Miss West home." He looks at me, his brown eyes intent. "When I get into town, I'll check in on your father. If he's at the clinic, I'll let him know you're all right and get him home to you as soon as I can." It's a promise that makes tears burn the back of my eyes, and I nod in gratitude. "I would appreciate it. Thank you." His brow twitches in a brief moment of indecision before he dips his chin and strides out the front door, cursing as he glances at the shambles surrounding the house. Cody and Vic follow him, leaving Mrs. Mason and me alone with the wreckage. "I'm so sorry about your home," I breathe, knowing it's not nearly enough to say, but it's all I can think of. "I'm so sorry." Mrs. Mason stares around the room and rubs her temple with a huff. "They're just things," she whispers, though I can hear the ache in her voice as she picks up a broken photo of her family. Holding the black and white image to her chest, she walks slowly through the room, only glancing up the stairs as she runs her fingers over the banister in the entryway. It's clear she can't bear to check upstairs yet. We stop at the entry window and peer through the pitted glass. Some of the citrus trees in the garden have been uprooted. The cornfields are decimated, and dead sheep covered in sand are scattered around the perimeter of the barn at the bottom of the hill. I watch as Cody picks up one of the carcasses and moves it out of the way so he can lead the horse and cart toward the house. The fear of what I might find at home enlivens in me, and though I'm grateful to have Cody escort me, I find that more than anything, I want it to be Brandon instead. 21. Lizzy. When I return home, the house is in disarray and, as expected, everything is covered in dust. But my mother isn't crying out for help, and Jenny isn't lying unconscious or worse. Like the farmhouse, my home is eerily quiet, and that frightens me more than the scenarios I've replayed over and over in my head. I don't care that the panic makes it difficult for me to breathe as I run up the stairs to my mother's bedroom more quickly than Cody can follow. "Mother!" I call as I reach the top. I fling her bedroom door open and freeze in the doorway. I ignore the way my chest heaves and the sharpness I feel with each breath as I take in the sight of Jenny kneeling at my mother's bedside. Her blonde hair hangs in a haphazard knot down her back, and she clasps my mother's hands in hers. When Jenny looks up at me, her eyes are filled with tears, shimmering in the cracks of sunlight. "Miss," my mother is breathing. I can hear it, but it's harsh and shallow, fluid-filled and forced, even in her sleep. "I knew you'd come, miss," Jenny whispers. She wipes the tears from her eyes and slowly rises to her feet, fumbling like she's been crouching there for hours. "I gave her the elixir as soon as I could. The wind—" Jenny shakes her head. "I did my best, miss." My posture stiffens and I step into the bedroom. Sand is thick and grating beneath my feet as I leave Cody to watch from the hallway in silence. I peer around the room at the heavily draped windows that likely saved their lives in the most exposed portion of the house. More blankets are balled up and discarded beside the bed, like Jenny had hidden the two of them in their very own cocoon as they waited out the storm. They had no cellar and no Marshall Cunningham to protect them. They didn't even have my father, only each other. And I can barely breathe as my heart begins to break, imagining their fear. "And my father?" I ask, clearing my throat. I lower myself onto my mother's bed. She doesn't stir as the mattress indents beside her. "Has he not been here at all?" "No, miss." I study the outline of my mother's face. Her lips are parted, her skin pale, and her dark eyelashes motionless. There is no flutter. She's not dreaming. She's wilting and nearly gone. "She was so worked up last night she couldn't breathe. It was bad before the storm, but all throughout? There was blood, miss. I did what Dr. West asked of me if there was ever blood, and now—" "Thank you, Jenny," I say quickly, and wipe a stray tear from my eye. I know exactly which elixir my father instructed the nurse to administer, the one that would numb everything, the one that would make her final moments more bearable. "You did the right thing." Jenny clears her throat. "She hasn't stirred since." Her words are a strangled mess of despondency. "Nor will she ever again. I know that much." "If you don't mind, miss," Jenny starts, smoothing out her skirt, "I'd like to check on my family." I force myself to smile, though my eyes never veer from my mother's ashen face. "Yes, of course. Go to your family. I hope they're well." Jenny's shadow curtsies out of the corner of my eye, and as she turns to leave, I call her name. The nurse pauses at the doorway. "Thank you." I force myself to look at the woman, to thank her for allowing me one final moment with my mother, even if she doesn't realize the gift she's given me. "Thank you," I repeat. Jenny's eyes shut and she bows her head, then she's gone. "Miss West," Cody says softly from the doorway, "is there something I can get you?" I shake my head. "No, thank you." I'm about to dismiss him, knowing he can be of greater use to the town, when I hear the front door fling open with a smash and heavy, frantic footsteps thunder up the stairs. "Marion!" my father calls, but his words are cut off the moment he steps into the room. Slowly, he walks to my mother's bedside. Silent at first, as he stares down at her, struggling to breathe even in her induced sleep. He doesn't even register me. "Marion," he repeats, crouching on the ground beside her. It isn't a grand four-poster bed carved in the French style like the one she'd slept in at home. Her gown isn't one of Indian silk, but of cotton from the mills that filled the city with the smoke that still clings to her lungs. Without the crisp shrewdness in her eyes and the subtle command in her voice, I see my mother as she has been, frail and unrecognizable, just as our lives have quickly become. "You can't leave me," my father whimpers. "I'm not ready. I'm so close. Just not yet." He sobs into her loose, graying hair and grips her shoulders until his knuckles are white, like he's holding himself back from shaking. "Please." My mother doesn't stir as he sobs against her. Blood stains her teeth and nightclothes, a glaring reminder that this is the end. Whatever minutes or hours she has left, this is our goodbye. I thumb the butterfly necklace resting against my sternum. Loss aches deep inside me, tearing at my heart and ravaging what's left of my composure. Squeezing the necklace in my fist until my fingers ache, I vow I will never remove my mother's necklace, and silently I weep.
22. Brandon. The sun is setting by the time I make my way toward the West's house, hours later than I'd intended. The storm damage is as devastating as I assumed it would be. Even for a town in the middle of the desert, Sagebrush is layered in more sand than I've ever seen. It covers the carcasses of animals and the poor folks who were trapped outside. The crops are gone, 2 of the water towers are filled with sand, and what little emergency provisions I'd been storing in my office are already gone. The town was ravaged in a single night, with no warning at all. I can only hope the doctor has what we need until the supply train comes around again. And I pray, more than ever, that it actually arrives this time. As my horse trots through the gritty, sandy streets, I'm relieved the neighborhoods we'd begun constructing years ago, when there was a need for them, are in better condition. Windows are broken and some of the saplings have fallen, but houses still have their siding, and rooftops haven't been whittled away to nothing, like those in the wind tunnel alleyways of town. Despite the neighborhoods faring a bit better, my mental list of repairs and preventative improvements continues to tally. Metal reinforced windows, walls, and doors. Rebuild with brick and stone. I think of the mason's farm and the crops now ruined. Glass greenhouse structures, metal reinforced. I've already scoured the town for bodies, rounded up the injured, and delegated Miss Heather to take stock of what food we have left. All the while, the mayor is still on his mission northwest, safe from the storm and its aftermath. Until his return, all Sagebrush residents that remain are in the hands of my men and me. Whatever's happening in the rest of the world is finally catching up with us, just as progress has, and the only doctor in a 100-mile radius is mourning his dying wife and unfit to tend to the dozens of injured citizens. I pull my anxious horse to a stop outside the West's home, considering what frame of mind I might find Elizabeth in as I dismount. Wrapping the reins around one of their white fence posts, I brace myself for what will likely greet me inside. Now is the worst time to ask that Dr. West come with me, but I have little choice. After Cody's recount of Mrs. West's state, I worry most about Elizabeth. I'm not sure it's my place to comfort her, and yet, how can I not? The front door is already open when I step onto the porch. Though I hesitate at first, I push it wider and step inside. I'm not surprised to find the floors encrusted with grit and a few furnishings knocked over, but I am surprised to find the house so quiet. "Elizabeth?" I hedge. "It's Brandon." I step further in, straining to hear movement. "Dr. West?" I hear light footsteps in one of the rooms, followed by the rustling of skirts, and Elizabeth steps into the foyer. She's unexpectedly beautiful with red-rimmed blue eyes and chapped lips. Her posture is straight and her expression is open despite the pain in her eyes.
Good evening, Marshal,
she says quietly and offers me a slight curtsy.
I was just heating up some tea.
A rag is slung over her shoulder, and I wonder how she can possibly be so composed.
How did everyone fare? We're all right here, as you can see.
She gestures around the room.
It could have been worse.
Surely you're not all right, I say carefully, taking a step closer. Her black dress confirms Cody's suspicions that they are in mourning.
And the town?
Elizabeth prompts as if I've said nothing. She looks everywhere but at me.
Is everyone okay?
Though I want her to open up to me, wish that she would at least look at me so I can see her eyes clearly, I know I shouldn't press her. We found 27 dead so far, I say, and immediately regret the words. She doesn't need to know the morbid details. But most of Sagebrush is still standing, though a bit worse for wear. The stone buildings in the center of town protected many of the businesses. I believe... Unable to make small talk, I take another step toward her, silently pleading with Elizabeth to look at me. Cody told me about your mother, I say softly. I wish I could have come sooner. Her brow furrows, but she quickly recovers and steps away.
I know you have much to do, Marshal,
she says easily. Her eyes finally shift to mine. They're a shimmering blue tempest. She removes the tea kettle from the stove.
I'm surprised to see you here at all.
I'm not sure why, I say defensively. After last night, knowing how scared I'd been for her during the storm, and how she'd found comfort in my arms, I'm surprised she can say that so convincingly. Every time my mind has wandered from my duties today, I've thought about her. Saying any of that feels unsuitable, though, and I scratch the side of my face. I wanted to make sure you were all right, I finally manage. And when I look at Elizabeth again, my heart breaks for her.
Well,
she starts, her nostrils flaring.
I am, thank you.
A tear escapes the brim of her lashes and rolls down her flushed cheek. She wipes it away. Elizabeth shakes her head, grasping for the words, unable to convince either of us.
I don't know what to do,
she finally squeaks. She wipes desperately at the tears that stream too quickly to catch.
My father's locked himself in the room. I haven't seen or heard him in hours. I fear...
Her breath hitches.
I fear I've lost them both today.
With trembling hands, Elizabeth covers her face and begins to sob.
I'm so sorry. I know I shouldn't,
she begins, but I can hardly stand the sight of her tears. I close the distance between us and pull her into me, pleased beyond measure when she seems to melt against my body. Do not be sorry, I whisper. Please. You're allowed to mourn, Elizabeth. And you're not alone. Elizabeth grips onto me more tightly, her tears dampening my linen shirt. In all the chaos and sorrow that fills my heart and mind, guilt seems the most prevalent emotion. How can I possibly feel satisfaction and hope in such wretchedness?
23. Lizzy. You're allowed to mourn, Elizabeth, Brandon murmurs, and the resonance of his voice nearly melts me. His brown eyes shimmer with softness, and it's then I realize that I would give anything to have Brandon look at me like this for the rest of my days, however many I might have left, to feel as though he not only cares, but he sees me. I've rarely seen him look at a woman. Mrs. Mason's words resurface, making my heart skip a beat and my skin warm. And, Brandon continues, you're not alone. His words caress me like a promise, his voice a gentle wave and safe harbor I can easily lose myself in. But it's the ease with which he speaks, the silky reassurance of his voice, that makes my heart cinch all over again. Until he looked at you, that is. Mrs. Mason's words have me pulling away from him. I wipe the last of the dampness from my cheeks. Thank you for being here, for indulging me. I cannot allow myself to let Brandon in more than I already have. What sort of partner would I be for him if I already know how badly it will end? The tickle in my chest reminds me of that daily, even as I try to forget it. Brandon frowns. Indulging you? I shrug, too exhausted for pretenses. For allowing a blubbering, sick girl to cry on your shoulder. I let out a cagey laugh and take another step away. I need to remind him of the weight of my circumstances. I need to remind myself, lest I forget. I would imagine you have much to do, and given that my father is in no shape to receive you, please don't feel obligated to stay. Brandon's brow furrows deeper. I'm not sure if it's because of the distance I put between us or something else entirely, but after a moment he seems resigned. I don't mean to be insensitive, he says earnestly, and glances up the staircase. But there is another reason I've come, Elizabeth. His expression is pained. Oh? I need your father's help. Quite urgently, in fact. Of course he does. There is an entire town buried in rubble I seem to have completely forgotten about. There are dozens of folks who are injured, and while there are townspeople equipped enough to help with some of the less immediate injuries, I do need your father to help with the rest. I feel sick to my stomach. My father is not himself. I have no idea if I can get him to leave the room, let alone ride into town with the wherewithal to help the marshal. I don't know if... He's not... I glance up the stairs, imagining my father's wretched state. He'll need your strength, my mother's voice whispers in my ear. I'm not sure how much strength I have to give, but if my mother were standing beside me now, she would march up the stairs and make my father listen to reason. She would demand it. I hurry up the stairs, each step heavy with both dread and determination. I don't want to feel my heart breaking all over again if he refuses to listen to me. But my father will have the rest of his life to grieve. And I need Dr. West now. The town needs him. I stare at the shut door as I reach the landing. Father, I say with a light knock, I know you're grieving, but the marshal needs you in town. Brandon steps up beside me. He's here to take you. It's an emergency. I need you to open the door. Father? I place my ear to the cool wood and hold my breath. There are no muffled movements or rustling footsteps inside. Father, I call more adamantly. I jiggle the handle to find it's locked. Luckily, I have an extra key to every room in the house. I disappear to my bedroom, and it's only a matter of seconds before I return and open the bedroom door. It creaks open, and I hesitate to step inside. The room is completely dark. A candle? I whisper to Brandon, and he disappears down the stairwell. It's an alarming sort of silence, devoid of my mother's shallow breaths and my father's ragged sobs. Feeling unbound grief encroaching, I push it away as best I can. He will need your strength. I squint into the darkness. The town needs you, Father. You're their doctor, their only hope. But my father's outline, crouched beside the bed, doesn't move. He doesn't make a peep, save for his deep, steady breaths. Brandon and candle by my side, I step in the room. My father's eyes are closed, his head bowed, and his hands are clasped around my mother's, both of their outlines soft in the candlelight. You must get up, I whisper, crouching beside him. I can't bring myself to look at my mother's face, so I focus solely on my father's. You must. The words are clipped, my tone commanding, as close to my mother's as I can manage. Father! I grip his shoulders, desperate for him to listen. I can feel his bones beneath my fingertips. Mother would not want the townspeople to suffer because of her. You must come out. You have a duty. We will come back for Mother, but you must help them now. Finally, as if somewhere far away my voice seeps through the cracks of his misery, he looks at me. His eyes are vacant, however, and I know he has no intention of going anywhere. I shake him, frantic this time. Are you listening to me? My voice cracks. He doesn't seem to register my presence, let alone my words. She would not want to risk others' lives so that you can mourn her. She would not want anyone to die because of her. She would want you to save these people. Heart racing and chest too tight to breathe, I fall back on my heels, staring at him with fury and grief. You! I clear my throat and take a deep breath. You promised you wouldn't disappear on me, and I need you right now. Do you hear me? My father's eyes scour my face. I don't know what he sees, but I refuse to look away. You have to help them, I say. You must. She would have wanted it. I want you to. You promised. My voice cracks again. I hate it, and yet I cannot help it this time. My father's brow twitches, and slowly he reaches out to me, his eyes watery as he cups my face in the palm of his hand. Then, finally, he nods.
24. Brandon. As soon as we arrive in town, Dr. West falls quickly into action. Elizabeth helps him prepare the clinic, setting up cots and collecting blankets for those with surgical needs. The deputies help me cart over the injured men, women, and children whose wounds are beyond the nurses' and caregivers' abilities. There are broken bones that need to be set, and lacerations to the head that won't stop bleeding. A few people have ruptured organs and internal bleeding. Dr. West has his work cut out for him, and through it all, Elizabeth is by his side. Each time I return with another patient, her apron is soaked in more crimson, and her hair has fallen more from her cap. She doesn't flinch when Mrs. Price screams as the doctor sets her arm, and the calmness of Elizabeth's voice soothes the Hendry's boy as the doctor stitches up the gash in his side. With Chuck still in recovery and Gus gone with the mayor, Cody and Vic help me set up pallets in the post office, the largest, safest space near the clinic, for those in recovery to rest and recuperate. Some of the less wounded help make sure the other patients' bloodied clothes are rinsed and hanging to dry in between surgeries. Everyone plays a part. And after hours go by, I decide it's finally time to take a break. Go home, I tell Vic and Cody. Be with your families for a little while, get some rest. While they don't need much more urging than that, Cody looks hesitant. Go, I tell him. You won't be any good to me today without a few hours of shut-eye. Finally, Cody nods. You should take your own advice, boss, he says, then turns to leave. But even if my body is exhausted, my mind is racing, and I know I can't sleep. With sunrise in an hour, there's still so much to do. Fish follows me to the curb where I sit to catch my breath. He dutifully sits beside me, both of us peering out at the town. Nearly every window I can see is shattered. Awnings are hanging on by nothing more than a stubborn thread, and roofs are caved in or half blown away. The streets are littered with debris, and there is still so much work to be done, I can barely think straight. The scent of lemon and honeysuckle fills my nose before a throat clears, and I glance behind me.
I thought you'd gone home,
Elizabeth says as she unties her apron. She drapes it over a hitching post. No, I mutter. Not yet. I stare down at the street. I'm almost afraid to leave for home, worried I'll come back having forgotten the devastation and have to take it all in again. Is your father finished? I glance at the flickering lights inside the clinic.
Almost,
she whispers, and collects her skirts to sit down beside me.
At least with what he can do tonight.
Fish lies down at our feet with a huff. Thank you, Elizabeth, I whisper, the weight of the past 24 hours settling into the muscles of my neck and shoulders. For getting him to come, for helping him. Some of those people might be dead by now if it weren't for you, and they'd all still be suffering. Elizabeth blows a golden strand of hair from her face.
I'm glad he came too. It gives me hope.
That he'll be okay? I ask, and cross my arms over my knees.
Yes,
she murmurs.
And that I haven't lost him completely.
As if the thought is too depressing, she smiles.
I won't be utterly alone.
The words are light, but longing, and I frown. I wish you would stop saying that, I tell her. It's as if she's heard nothing I've told her these past couple of days. You would never be alone, Elizabeth. Not if I can help it.
I appreciate the sentiment, Marshall.
That she's erecting these walls between us again, putting informal barriers between us, is exasperating. I thought we decided you'd call me Brandon, I remind her. She forces a smile.
I know you mean well, she says, but I'm not your responsibility. You're too kind and take too much on yourself. You have an entire town to worry about. I won't be one more thing.
I turn to her. I don't think you're a responsibility, Elizabeth. I shake my head, uncertain how she can be so intelligent and impossible all at once. I scratch the side of my face. It's bristly from the last 2 days without a shave, and I realize I'm a disheveled mess. I don't think of you as a responsibility, I repeat, trying to calm myself. And I don't worry about you out of kindness. I worry about you because I care for you, because I want you safe and taken care of, because I want to keep you safe and take care of you. Her eyes widen slightly, but I continue rambling. And because, well, Fish is partial to you too, damn it, I add. Elizabeth averts her eyes, gazing down the street into the darkness.
Thank you,
she whispers. Thank you? She shakes her head, straightening a little.
Well, what am I supposed to say?
I rise to my feet, the burn of rejection coloring my cheeks. I don't know much about proclamations of affection, but something other than thank you seems appropriate.
Well, I don't know much about these things either,
she bites back and rises to her feet.
This isn't what I wanted. This isn't what's supposed to happen.
My racing heart seems to stop, and there's a long pause while the sting of rejection settles in along with my lack of surprise to be so dismissed. She barely knows me. I guess that'll do, I say. I apologize if I made you feel uncomfortable. It's been a long night. I turn for the clinic. I'm not sure what's...
Please, Marshall, don't apologize, she says quickly and grips my arm. I'm not offended, just... It's not possible for us.
I rub my brow, disappointed she only sees me as the Marshal. I don't say these things as the Marshal, Elizabeth. I'm afraid it's more selfish than that. Despite the rejection, I force myself to look her in the eyes, to be rid of everything dancing on the tip of my tongue so that from this moment on, we know precisely where we stand. If you don't feel for me what I feel for you, then let it be because of me, and not what I am to the rest of the town. Elizabeth's lips part. Her hand drops from my arm.
I didn't mean to upset you. That's the last thing I wish to do. It's just...
She peers down at her hands and pulls her bottom lip between her teeth. I can't help but revel in her apparent discomfort, proof that the draw between us is too strong for even her to ignore completely.
You deserve happiness.
Her eyes flick to mine, her lashes golden fans against her cheek in the moonlight.
And that's something I cannot give you.
I shake my head, at a loss for words at first. Why on earth would you say that?
I won't be around forever. You already know that. You haven't seen what I have. You don't know what it could be like, what it will be like.
Because you are sick, I should ignore my heart and walk away. Why? So that I can constantly wonder, so that I can watch you from afar and drive myself crazy with worry. Elizabeth, I breathe, closing the distance between us. If you wish to deny my affections, do not do so to spare my feelings, because it will have the opposite effect. I can guarantee you that. Her chest heaves and her eyes are glassy with emotion, but I don't know if it's with fear or relief or utter confusion.
You don't know what you're saying.
And you know me so well already, I throw back at her. I know my own mind, Elizabeth. I would not say such things if I didn't believe them.
I know, she whispers. It's just, aren't you scared? I know I am. You should think more about it.
Elizabeth, I say, nearly laughing with exasperation. Of course I'm scared. I'm petrified, I say easily. It's growing more difficult to check my feelings. The regret of doing nothing at all terrifies me far more, I admit. Especially in the chaos of everything that's happened, knowing how limited our time in Sagebrush could be. I can't bring myself to chalk up my fondness for her to fleeting infatuation. It feels more fated than that. Elizabeth studies me with wide eyes as she worries her bottom lip, searching my face for indecision or perhaps hesitation. She surprises me as she steps closer, her skirts pressed against my legs, her chest only a hair's breadth from mine. The shadows are dark around her eyes, exhaustion filling their glittering depths, and I can't look away.
Regret frightens me too,
she says softly, with only the sound of crickets to fill the following silence. The back of her fingers brush against my hand, startling me as warmth swells in my chest. Her fingers lace with mine, filling me with hope. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding and shut my eyes to bask in the feeling of her warm hand in mine. Squeezing it, I rest my forehead against hers. Thank you, I rasp. A small huff of a laugh escapes her lips.
That wasn't the answer I was expecting,
she says playfully, and when I look at her, she reaches up to cup my face in her hand.
Perhaps in a world like this, where everything is uncertain, it would be nice to have someone to share it with, for however long we have.
Perhaps, I whisper, and before I can utter another word, she does something shocking. Elizabeth presses her lips to mine, making me dizzy with surprise. It's chaste and tender and tastes like a promise.
Seize the day,
she murmurs. What? I breathe, my mind racing to catch up.
You're right, about everything. I don't want to waste a single moment I have left.
Her lips linger for a moment longer before she pulls away. Her eyes are bright and she looks bashful until her mouth quirks into something a bit more daring. Elizabeth places her palm on my chest. She takes a step away, glancing around as she realizes we might be seen, though I can't bring myself to care. We smile at each other as if we have a secret. You should go get some rest, I tell her, and I can tell Elizabeth is about to argue with me before we're interrupted. Brandon! A harsh call carries down the street. I whip around to find Gus and a group of others slowly making their way toward us. Gus! I run toward him, Fish barking beside me. Most of his companions are people I've never seen, tattered and broken. Father! Elizabeth shouts, and as I reach Gus, he collapses in my arms. What happened? I ask, frantically searching his body. He's covered in blood, his dark hair matted to his face, drenched with sweat and grime. There's a commotion around us as Elizabeth, the doctor, and a few others run over to help the injured toward the clinic. But I stay as I am with Gus in my arms. What happened, Gus?
It's not as bad as it looks, he promises. But I've lost a lot of blood.
It's difficult for him to speak, that much is clear, and I wave Dr. West over. What happened to you, son? Dr. West looks up from Gus's blood-dampened side and into his eyes. Where else are you hurt? Gus laughs.
I don't even know anymore.
You made it back here, that's what matters, I tell him.
You didn't think you were rid of me already, did you?
Gus teases, though he winces as he says the words. I know you're too stubborn for that. We'll get you inside and get you fixed up.
Wait,
Gus gasps as we try to move him.
John's gone.
I gulp. Only then do I realize the mayor isn't in the group. The Puebloans, I ask, or the storm? Gus heaves a breath, wincing immediately in pain. It was the storm. The railway is flooded with sand. He shakes his head. We were trapped on the supply train outside of Tucson when the first storm hit us. There were injuries, but the train outlasted the storm. After it passed, the mayor wanted to keep going, said we'd come too far to go back. Gus takes a few deep breaths before he continues. We took the supplies we could carry and walked to the villages. His gaze refocuses on me. They were gone. All we found were bodies and sand. His voice wavers as his eyes glaze over. Everything was covered in sand. I let my head hang. Poor bastards. They're smart, Gus murmurs. Some of them might have headed to the mountains. I nod, hoping Gus is right, but there's no way to be sure. He clears his throat. There were survivors on our way back, traveling to California. They said Tucson was gone, half buried in sand like everything else, so we finally turned back for Sagebrush. I prayed to the mother that the sandstones kept you guys safe. We were 40 strong at one point, but 3 storms in 5 days. He shakes his head, wincing again. This last one did us in. John tried to help a woman and her child. Gus laughs almost bitterly. Son of a bitch. We need to get him inside, Dr. West says, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. I nod, just as surprised as Gus that John had some decent part left in him. Come on, son, Dr. West murmurs, and I shake myself from my stupor and help him lift Gus to his feet. Brandon, Gus says, gripping hold of me. His eyes bore into mine, filled with fear and exhaustion. I've never seen storms like that. There's nothing in our folklore, nothing in the Navajo history. It's a bad sign. Don't worry about any of it right now, I tell him, concerned more about his blood loss than omens. I'm just glad you made it back. Let's get you patched up. Cody runs over, his hair rumpled as if he'd found a fleeting moment to rest before he was awakened again. Get him on the table for examination, Elizabeth says. I've moved Kyle onto the floor. Cody nods, and as he helps his fellow deputy to his feet, Gus growls my name again. I look at him. There is no more train, he says, his voice so level it sends chills over me. And as the words sink in, my mouth grows drier, and the ever-present knot in my stomach tightens again. I blink. The nearest town within a 100-mile radius is decimated. No more train means no more supplies, and no one is going out or coming in, not on train or on foot, unless they want to take a chance and brave another desert storm. I look from Elizabeth to Gus and Cody, then to the doctor, all of their eyes fixed on me. We're alone, I realize. Graveness fills the air, a sadness and fear no one gives voice to. Everyone will look to you, Cody says somberly, and another storm will come. Elizabeth's fingers lace with mine. She squeezes my hand, her warmth and strength pulling me out of the looming gray future of Sagebrush and all of us trapped here. But when I peer into her eyes, I don't see fear in the hue of dawn. I see reassurance and silent determination. We can do this. The words are unsaid, but I feel them all the same. I squeeze her hand in return. Then, I say, glancing between the 4 of them, we better be ready.
Journal entry. November 30th, 1884. In my short years on this broken earth, I've seen many things. I've lost those I love, watched them die, even. I've experienced more dread and seen more blood in the past year than I could ever have imagined. And since arriving in Sagebrush, I've feared for my life more times than I can count. Storms come and go, some worse than others, but always unpredictable. Yet, I am filled with hope. We are finding our way here. My father, the people of this town, Brandon, and me. None of us are the same since that night, but we've all worked hard and together to rebuild Sagebrush as best we can. And today, we discovered 2 new reasons to be grateful. The greenhouses are working. The crops are growing back, and Mrs. Mason could not be more ecstatic. Perhaps one day soon we will not have to ration our food as we have been, and starvation will be one less daily fear. And today, my father confirmed that I am with child. In this place cut off from the rest of the crumbling world, Brandon and I will have a family. Thanks to my father's tinctures, my coughing hasn't worsened yet, but it hasn't gotten better either. I don't know how long I have left. A few years, perhaps even 20, if I'm lucky. But I'm grateful Brandon will have a part of me after I'm gone. As I stare at my mother's butterfly necklace, I can't help but grieve for my child who will never know their grandmother. But I also wonder if it was fate that brought us here. Though this place has taken the lives of many, it has given me a second chance. Now, the Marshal of Sagebrush will not only have a son or daughter, he'll have a legacy. He will have the family he never thought he would have. We will get our happily ever after, and Sagebrush will thrive. Lizzy. The end. This has been Borne of Sand and Scorn, a Forgotten Lands prequel. Written by Lindsey Pogue. Narrated by Aven and Andrew Gibson. Copyright 2017 by Lindsey Pogue. Production copyright 2021 by Lindsey Pogue.
Well, I hope you enjoyed Lizzy and Brandon's story. It was really fun to write and kind of dive a little deeper into the beginning of Sagebrush. So I know it's not some huge, sweeping, epic love story with crazy adventure. It's not long and drawn out. It's short, sweet, and just really illustrates kind of how it all started. I hope it was satisfying nonetheless. Don't forget, there are 4 total installments in the Forgotten Land series. I'll link to them below. And there's also the sister series, Ruined Lands, which is not currently an audiobook. You have to get those currently while I'm in contract with Audible and Apple. All right. Oh, before I go, special thank you to all of you who have given me a super thanks. Those mean a lot to me because each dollar goes towards my next audiobook production. I do have 3 books that are being published in 2024. I would love to turn them into audiobooks. We'll see what happens, but if you like and subscribe, you will know when the new audiobooks go up. So until next time, happy listening adventures, everybody, and I will see you around.